I just am here today to tell you, Intertitle is so good. You should all appreciate how good it is. Intertitle. I'm not, I'm not the title I was trying to make this street have, but it's the title that I ended up getting after deleting heretics. Heretics is so good because it'll be autocorrect on my phone. No, not heretics is so good. Heretics? They're people who are heretical, like not Christian are
Oh.
heretics. Or if you're Islamic, then not Islamic would be heretics. If you're Jewish, then not Jewish would be heretics. But you gotta be like hardcore and think everybody's not your religion is super bad
Mm.
to actually use that in like a contemporary world, I think. And like it's not like you could use it unawarely anymore. Title copy title is so good. Its intertitle is so good. Okay? If it were title is so good, that wouldn't be a good title.
Yeah.
Intertitle is so good is a good title because it's not about a title. It's about intertitle.
Like you're entering the title.
Well, it's like the command to me that YouTube gives me every day to enter title. That command is so good. Somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did eat some mushrooms. I drank some mushroom tea, more correctly. Instead of trying to read things on the phone, I just look on the TV. There is a good idea. And, oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I didn't drink that many, but I did expect it to be stronger than the amount because the ones I drank, one I made tea out of, were the little ones at the bottom of the bag, and they were by and large much more blue than the bigger ones. So next time I go get mushrooms, I'm gonna say I don't care what kind it is. I want the one that has many small mushrooms over a few big mushrooms because I like small mushrooms better. I don't know if that's totally irrational bias or not. I'm trying to think. I think it's just the SI bias. I tend to. No, I actually went down there today. Gavin Newsom's mad at Walgreens. Probably because they won't give him his Adderall. I bet you that's why he's mad at him. He too doesn't get the only person to be mad at is the federal fucking government. And the solution is what I'm gonna do. He's mad about abortion pills. Everybody should get abortions all the time though. We should stop making abortions legal and make them mandatory for everybody all the time. Like, oh, good God. Who has banned the pills? The federal government, the FDA, California state legislature? Whoever it is has more authority to deal with Walgreens than Gavin Newsom ever will. As the governor, he can't just dictate to private companies what they should and shouldn't do. What an idiot that guy is. God, what an idiot. It's enough to make me support the state of Jefferson, I'll tell you. Up here, people are a lot smarter than they are down there in Sacramento. We're not actually above Sacramento, we're below it. But You know, we fancy ourselves state of Jefferson people. That's why the shape of the state is like Louisiana kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, the shape of the state of Jefferson is like Louisiana. I mean, the funny thing is, there is no corresponding opposite for pro-choice people, right? You can be hardcore against abortion, but you can only make abortion so legal, you know? The anti-abortion people are taking actions to conscribe women's right to abortion. Whether you call it a right or not, it doesn't matter. I don't care about the politics of it. But you can't like make it extra super legal as a corollary. It's ridiculous. You can only make it. You only take away barriers to it. You cannot. If you start encouraging people to have abortions all the time,
Yeah.
it's just ridiculous. You're not getting the idea of prohibiting something at all. The opposite of prohibition is not encouragement. It's just the absence of prohibition.
Hi, Winston's mom. I meant to say hello. Aww. Pee under the table.
I mean, talk about the lack of intuition. Yeah, I guess it's intuition about what's going to score points with California's idiotic Bay Area. Boy, what a bunch of idiots. The Bay Area is destroying itself because it's filled with idiot lefties. I'm not opposed to lefties or righties or whatever, but those people are just plain idiots regardless of their politics. You don't encourage homeless people to have rights over public spaces and think that that's somehow a good idea and that you're opposing private ownership. You're just saying, here, homeless people, you can have private ownership of the public space. You morons, do you not understand anything at all? No, you don't.
Remember that playground that we found?
Yeah, that was pretty cool. The world's most dangerous playground.
Yeah, the world's most dangerous playground.
I'll give San Francisco a few things. The world's most dangerous playground is one of them. Who would leave their children there? I do not know.
Oh my god. There were so many places where you could get hurt.
I was concerned Rachel and I, as full grown adults, not running around and playing, we're going to injure ourselves badly at this place.
I know.
It's literally like, here's boards and nails and shit for kids to play with, which is fantastic, but oh my god, what a liability. It's just a liability. It's a pile of hay and oily rags near a match factory. Or a pile of bigger pile of hay and oily rags right next to the spark generating machine. I hope that it doesn't reach my pile. That's what happens when idiots get in charge of things. Some wonderful things happen like that. And some horrible things happen like everything else in San Francisco. I mean, the thing is, idiots should be in charge of things like playgrounds. Okay? They should not be in charge of things like cities or countries or states. You know. That should go without saying, but apparently does not. I'm gonna get a beverage. I figured out the problem with politics. People keep voting for and getting people who are like them. Unfortunately, they're all morons. So there's the problem. Instead of voting for people who are like you should be voting for people who are like a statesman, right? The job that you're electing them to fill. I'm looking to hire a good football coach. Oh, I want someone just like me. But you're not a good football coach. That doesn't matter. We're looking to hire a good heart surgeon. Oh, I'm gonna hire someone just like me. But you don't know anything at all about heart surgery. That doesn't matter. If they're like me, they're the best candidate. Oh, I gotta elect a president now? Wonderful. I gotta elect somebody who's just like me. I'm a complete tard. But that's not the job of the president, to be a tard. It's the exact opposite of the job of the president. Oh, doesn't matter. That's who I'm gonna pick. The most retarded one of all. Thanks. Just Davis. I appreciate that. I figured out earlier today why I can't predict what mushrooms are going to do to me. Like these same mushrooms, originally I were like, oh my god, these LA mushrooms are horrible. They make us feel so pukey. I finished the thing today. I don't feel pukey at all. It's, what in the world is going on with mushrooms? I cannot predict anything about them. Sometimes they make me laugh when I say, okay, they no longer make me laugh. They start making me laugh again. It doesn't matter what I say, I can't pin them down, you know? I figured it out. The problem's not with the prediction, it's with the predictor. It's because I'm so unpin downable that mushrooms are too. Other people have no problem pinning them down. Cameron knows he always doesn't like them. Or maybe a little bit likes them. Make them feel sick. Rachel knows they make her feel sick. And they make her feel FI. It seems like it's kind of that every time. I keep telling everybody how mushrooms are unpredictable, but I'm the only one who's experiencing that apparently. Sometimes I make my nose run, sometimes I don't. They always make me feel disrupted at first and cold. Like right now, I don't even have any mushroom coldness. It's weird. It's like they just are determined. The drug is determined to prove me wrong about everything, about the drug. There are these mushroom gods. There's a council of them. And they decide how your mushroom is going to go as far as I can tell. And if you're trying to force it, you're going to have a bad mushroom trip. I don't have bad trips like on the mental side, so they make me have bad trips on the physical side. Because the mushroom gods are not going to let you get away with shit. I don't know. They're like the most fair of all the gods. They have your interest in mind. But they're not going to let themselves get used in ways they don't like. You know, they're like a woman. Like a woman who loves you. I expect you to love her back in the right ways and not in the wrong ways. Like trying to force myself to trip and have a good time when I haven't waited a certain amount of days. That's just not cool with the mushroom guys. They're not having it. They're not enjoying myself. I wait till the right moment. Got a lot of shit accomplished. Okay, I've earned a nice mushroom trip. Now I don't feel sick at all. I'm having a wonderful time. It's so weird. Well, you know, as I was saying to Rachel before before I started streaming here, sometimes the truth is much harder to sell to people as a truth than bullshit. In fact, usually maybe, but like, I'm talking about explanations for something like this. Like, well, how did we end up with this house and all that stuff, right? The answer that would be easiest to believe is that I or Rachel or two of us are combined, or me and Delilah and Rachel combined, somehow we're geniuses. But that's not the true answer at all. Like I was saying to Rachel earlier about the difference between saving water versus saving energy. Saving energy is stupid. It's an incredibly stupid idea. The only reason anybody should ever want to save energy is because they want to save money on their energy bill. It's the only possible reason to save energy. The problem, the energy producing company. Do you want to be on camera?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, yeah. The problem the energy producing companies have is they want energy demand to be flat, so they can know how much energy you produce, so that none of it gets wasted. Because we can't store energy for a whole population. It would require so many batteries. Even if batteries were 1,000 times better than they are now, it's insane and impossible to conceive of. On the other hand, we can easily store water, right? The problem is California is stupid and doesn't know how to store water properly. And so it would be a nice story would be originally I got fed up with it and we moved into a private community that solved the problem for itself. So we don't have to worry about sacred water anymore. We just randomly lucked into this shit. The only person who knew how important it was the least smart person of us all. David, the ESFP realtor, is not nearly as intelligent as Rachel, me, Delilah, at all. But he's the only person who mattered in this whole thing. He understood the value of things. He said, that's a big deal, believe me. And watched us dumbly not understand anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, you know, he made sure we got this house. Otherwise, there's no way in hell we would have gotten it.
No, it's true.
Because he put together this crazy contingency buy because he didn't want to lose his commission. And he was going to get a commission no matter what. But he doesn't trust that because that's in stuff, you know? Like, we were going to buy a house up here for sure. But, you know, he doesn't trust anything that's in like that. That maybe get a different commission later. You know, he's definitely going to get a different. He's going to be our realtor, and we are going to buy a house up here. He's not convinced of that. He wasn't sold on any of this until the money was actually deposited. I think he was skeptical the whole time.
Wow.
I'm certain of it. once the money was deposited, he was like, oh my God, yes, of course I got to move right ahead. It's like everything else to him prior was just potentialities that weren't, you shouldn't put any weight on. The problem that you and I kept having in this whole process is we kept wanting real estate things to be something other than that.
Yeah, we did.
He is perfectly designed for recognizing that real estate's never anything but that. A bunch of possibilities until the check clears. You know?
Yeah, it really is a bunch of possibilities because people pull out like all the time on deals with real estate.
Don't they feed people soma in a Brave New World? Yeah. There's actually a drug called soma, which is a muscle relaxant. But it's a brand name of it. It's not the drug name of it. But that's not the same drug that they gave him in Brave New World. The ceremony they gave in Brave New World was just a general happy pill that made people docile and happy. And just like, ah. The thing is, there is no such drug. There never will be any such drug. Every drug, it gets its magic from being away from it for a while. You know? There's no drug that's successfully be good continually. You have to just go away from it for a while. Like mushrooms made that very clear to me. You cannot eat mushrooms every other day, Eric, and expect to have anything good happen. You have to wait like they demand of you. And it's much better when you wait. And you earn it. You get a bunch of shit accomplished, blah, 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 blah. You feel good about yourself. You feel like you're in a good spot. Then take mushrooms.
That's smart.
Yeah. Your baseline gets risen. I like that. Use of rosin. That's great. At first I didn't know what you even meant, but now I know what you mean. Yeah. Well, basically, yeah, it becomes a new normal, and then it's not fun anymore, you know?
Yeah.
You can't have drugs being normal. Drugs are supposed to be special, different from normal, you know?
Yeah, they are.
If they're just normal, then why are you even bother taking them? Look, nobody wants to do a bunch of drugs to get normal. Let's do a bunch of drugs to get normal. That's not fun at all. People are much more likely to say, let's do a bunch of drugs to get abnormal. That's the purpose of doing drugs. We're going to do so many drugs to get so normal. Nobody ever said that. If they did, they were badly mistaking the purpose of drugs. Oh, my car looks so shiny over there. Angular on mushrooms. I was like, wow. It looks like it's saying wow to me. Does it look like that to you too? Do my mushroom eyes actually affect the camera? Because the car definitely looks like it's saying wow to me. I mean, that's its general attitude and impression. I'm not saying I'm hallucinating a speech bubble that says wow. I don't have a whole lot of visuals when I talk about mushrooms in general. I just get the mushroom clarity, like pop. Everything fucking pops. the time I most hallucinated visually on mushrooms was when I was on mushrooms and mescaline at the same time. Everything was just dripping. The walls were all melting. It was crazy. That was a bad day to be doing mushrooms and mescaline at the same time. Boy, talk about bad timing. That's some bad timing. I do mushrooms and mescaline at the same time. My dad starts having like 102 point whatever fever, needs to be taken to the hospital, and we're getting calls about my mom who's been lost by another hospital, and I've got to deal with everything. Oh, what terrible timing that was. And I have only myself to blame. It's not like it caught me by surprise exactly. I did a terrible decision to take mescaline. Well, I didn't. The thing is, I've been trying to take mescaline for a while, and I kept failing because I had the wrong cactus. With the right cactus, you don't need that much cactus to take mescaline. But I kept trying to eat more and more cactus, but it was the wrong cactus. So when I finally had the right cactus, I was eating it like, I gotta get on mescaline. Boy, I ate too much mescaline that day. Much to Rachel's suffering. I'll tell you, that saint of a woman had to put up with Eric all day on mescaline. Oh my God. What a nightmare. Well, to make myself more pleasant and less of an asswipe, I decided to take mushrooms as well. And it did work to that effect. But then I was driven so hard at one point, I was like, okay, I'm a very experienced head, but I gotta repeat grounding things to keep myself grounded here because this is nuts. I am tripping too much balls to be talking to this hospital person right now. There's a horrible insurance doctor who's never even seen my mom trying to tell me I shouldn't have authorized them to send her to the Kaiser Hospital. I'm trying to figure out why. And it's really just money stuff, insurance company shit. You know, he's trying to scold me. Don't scold me for your insurance company shit, you moron. I was driven so hard. I was just openly laughing at his stupidity and calling him names and stuff. He was shocked, to say the least. Taken very much aback, you know. That guy said things in the middle of uproarious laughter like, "Oh my God, how could you possibly be so stupid?" Which, if anybody deserves it, it's just fucking entitled either some kind of T-dumb insurance doctor who does not know what's coming to get him, you know. He called to scold me for authorizing Arcadia Methodist who lied to me. I don't know anything, right, about this shit. Authorizing them to send her to Kaiser in Panorama City because it's the only Kaiser hospital that has a bed. And they're like, oh, Kaiser wants her in their system because she's a Kaiser patient. What they really mean is they want her in Kaiser system so that they don't have to get Medicare payment. Instead, they get, better payment for other things, for other places or whatever. Well, they lie to me, lie. And this guy, he tries to lie to me too and tell me I made a poor decision in sending my mother to parent. I didn't make any decision. I just said, okay, to these hospital people were lying to me, I have a very reasonable expectation. I don't expect to know about things I don't care about or want to know about. I just expect people who do know about them not to lie to me. I don't want to know about HMOs in that much detail. I don't care about your bullshit TE ways that you deal with this insanity that is our American healthcare system. It's just all very depressing to me. Well, I do expect you to not lie to me. Whoever you are, there's no good reason to lie to me. It's always a bad idea to lie to me. It worked out well for Arcadian Methodist in that one instance because it was a one-off lie. Once she's moved, none of them are going to happen. You know, it's like I can yell at them all I want, it won't do any good. Nothing to attain, no outcome to attain by busting their ass. Sometimes I go down and bust people's asses anyway, but in that instance, I had too much going on. And then I was very surprised that my intuition about that estate company was totally wrong. You know, I thought they were trying to rob us blind. Then we got a check for like $2,500 from them.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, about as much as I expected to get from them, you know. They told me up front they might even send us a bill. I'm like, well, you can send it, but we're not going to pay it. After all, you took all of the stuff, so if you can't break even on that, then fuck off. You shouldn't have taken the job, you know?
Yeah.
Instead, they did what they said they were going to do. They sent us a check and they sent us a big itemized thing showing how much money they got for everything and they were transparent about everything. But the thing that made me intuit that they were just shysters is when I called them for information and they said the only way they could look up anything about us is if we told them the names of the people who first dealt with us. Like, who would possibly have that computer architecture? I mean, how could your database be organized like that? It doesn't make any sense at all. I think that lady was just like didn't want to look something up, right?
I think so.
That lady was just like busy or something. I don't know.
Yeah, like.
But I was like, what?
She like didn't want to give you.
Oh, and then I called back with the answer to the question, and they didn't answer the phone.
That's right.
So I'm like, okay, I'm not even gonna bother with the third strike. Strike 2, you're out. But I was wrong. I should have waited for the third strike. Whatever happened to that guy Damon from Troop Generations? You mean Damon Gray / Chad Grandel? I have no idea. He went on to do other ENTJ bullshit. He didn't like the fact that MBTI eluded his NI tool function. And of course it would, because you need better intuition than an ENTJ will ever have to understand cognitive functions when they're not understood by anybody else yet. Right? He's not going to be any kind of pioneer in understanding anything. No ENTJ ever will be. That's not their job. Their job is not to pioneer understanding. Their job is to take other people who are more intuitive and use their understanding, ideally to benefit the world, in the process of benefiting themselves, which is all they care about. But nevertheless, they can attain great outcomes for humanity sometimes in the process of getting themselves rich.
I made a big salad for me and you, just so you know.
I'm not hungry. You know why?
Because you're on mushrooms?
That's right. And nothing in the world, not even the methamphetamine, makes me less hungry than mushrooms. They're the world's most effective appetite suppressant.
Yes, they are. Oh, look at Kitty.
All I had to do was drink half a cup of mushroom tea to guarantee I won't eat for 8 hours. That's why I'm glad we had a nice big lunch before we did that. You know, it's like the sign in the Oakland mushroom store, I think, is ill-advised. It says it's advised that you take mushrooms on an empty stomach. That's only assuming you are trying to, like, you shouldn't take mushrooms right after you eat a bunch of spaghetti.
Or a salad like this. Like,
or anything that you're going to puke up gross, right? But whether or not you puke has nothing to do with whether your stomach's full or not. The only possible reason to advise people to not take it on an empty stomach is that you don't want to have much to puke up when you puke. But that's a dumb reason. Because you don't, only sometimes you puke, and like this time I didn't even feel nauseous at all. It's crazy. Have I taken the Catherine Favre tri-type test? I might have, but I tri-typed myself much more successfully than Catherine Favre. That woman's an idiot. She's, oh, God. She had the misfortune of running afoul of Eric, trying to enforce her copyright on the word tri-type. Can you please go fuck yourself, you horrible woman? And no, you cannot threaten me with a bunch of FE around it and have me interpret it as anything other than a threat. And be friendly with me and have me agree to your terms. The fuck? I'll make a bunch of videos about what a fuck you are instead. How about that? Fucking horrible bitch. You know, it's like, it's fine to threaten me. It's not okay to threaten me and think you can still be my friend and have me agree to your terms and use your shit under your stipulations and stuff. Who in the fuck would agree to that? I'm not going, fine, okay, if you have copyright on this and you're threatening me with some sort of legal action if I use this term in my titles of my videos, I'm certainly not without including this information below about Catherine Favre, which I do, then I can do that. Well, who the fuck would do that? Who the fuck would ever agree to that? Obviously, the only thing that's going to elicit from any intelligent person is videos about what a stupid cunt she is. You know?
She thinks you're, yeah.
She thinks I'm horrible, right? I'm sure she thinks I'm horrible. Because she's such a stupid cunt, she doesn't understand what matters at all.
She thinks that she's your tri-type. What?
Well, she very well may be my tri-type. That's not informative about her personality very much. That's why Enneagram's mostly bullshit when used as most people use it all the time. It's completely bullshit. So, I mean, obviously, when you're trying to explain things with Enneagram that are properly explained with cognitive functions, you're destined to be wrong. But to be wrong and proud of it and cunty about it, not to me, motherfucker.
And
not any day, not any time, not anywhere, ever, no fucking way. You're an idiot, and I'm not. You seem to think you're a genius, and you're definitely not. So, fuck off, Catherine Favre. That's what I have to say about you and your bullshit. It's not a problem for me at all. Obviously, it's a great, wonderful thing that I'm right and other people are wrong all the time. I don't care about that. I just hate it when the dumbest of people, part of their dumbness, think they're geniuses. Like, oh my God, Donald Trump, you are not a very stable genius. You may be stable. I'm not sure about that. You're stably a moron. You know, you're a very stable idiot. He's very predictable. You can anticipate that he's gonna do a bunch of SE dom shit that he feels like without any logic behind it whatsoever. And he thinks he's a genius. That man thinks he is a genius. The guy who says talk is cheap and who communicates with the American people via Twitter. Oh my fucking God. What could be any more annoying than that kind of Dunning-Kruger? I don't know. Maybe there's something, but I love the fact that there's this dog. The Westminster Dog Show did this hilariously unwoke thing today. There's this dog called the Eskimo dog or whatever. I don't know. It's got Eskimo in its name, right?
Yeah.
And then they explain the name of the Eskimo dog has nothing to do with Eskimo culture.
That's so funny.
Well then, why is it called an Eskimo dog is my question. They didn't answer that at all. They didn't explain why it's called an Eskimo dog
No,
at
they
all.
just said it was changed in 1916.
Yeah, and his previous name was Mia, and
It was like
his
the
name has
German
nothing to do
Spitz.
with Eskimo culture. It's like, what in the world? This is not any. You're not answering the only question anybody would possibly have to ask.
Yeah,
which
of
is, why is it called an Eskimo dog?
You know, everyone was asking that themselves too.
You're like, well, it's not nothing to do with Eskimos. The name was changed here.
That's like
Okay, but
slipping,
why?
That's like slipping something in and then not explaining it. That's what they did.
It's just,
slip.
it's just ridiculous. It's like, just tell me why it's called the Eskimo dog if you're going to mention it at all.
Yeah.
I can Google it, but I'm watching your show, and you're supposed to be the experts on dogs. I'm not an expert on dogs. Why would you tell me only those pieces of information about the Eskimo dog?
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, has nothing to do with Eskimo.
Yeah, don't worry. It had nothing to do with Eskimo culture.
Okay, but why?
Already super unwoke because you should have said it had nothing to do with Inuit culture. Eskimo is like a racial slur that some kinds of Inuits made against other kind of Inuits, right? And white people didn't get that, and they're just like, oh, I guess they're called Eskimos, you know? But anyway, the point is nowadays you're supposed to be like, you can't call them Eskimos, right? You're supposed to call them Inuits, Inuit culture. And in their failed attempt to be woke, they thought that, oh, well, it has nothing to do with Eskimo culture, don't worry. That's all, as far as I need to think about this to be woke. Wokeness gone wrong. Anyway, that's why I don't eat Eskimo pies anymore. Josh, I love how you make pronouncements about my subjective experience. You make definitive pronouncements about my subjective experience. Oh, that's horribly unwise of you. What was it I wanted to sing to Jeff Shaw?
Oh, man.
I was thinking about singing to you some lyrics. I don't remember. It was oh, I know. It was. That Camper and Beethoven song.
What?
Who's that Camper and Beethoven song?
Oh yeah. Tell me what it is. I
Right.
want to know.
When you figure it all out, would you please let me know? And you write down, whisper it in my ear, whether you figured it all out or just some of it, because it's what I want to hear. Yeah, it is. I do want to hear when you figure shit out, but not before. Certainly, you making definitive pronouncements about my subjective experience is a very clear indicator that you haven't figured shit out. I am having a good time. You could probably deduce that correctly. Probably use your FE and NI for that purpose. But the truth is, no, I'm not tripping especially hard. I'm tripping about the same as I usually trip, which is a good amount. I'm very happy with this particular shrimp trip because there's zero sick feeling or nausea in it for some reason. Yeah, like I said, mushrooms are like me. They don't want to be put in a box. And every time I try to tell them what they are, they just say, "No, we're not that, Eric." I need a hat. Just how sometimes I'm full of whimsy, but I always make sense. you know, being correct about things, it's who I am. It's not what I'm doing. It's not impacted by drugs at all. It never was. There's never been a drug that made me less correct about things except alcohol. Alcohol made me less correct about things. Made me less detached. Sometimes I'd cling to wrong positions when I was really drunk. Make bad arguments. But no, I'm right even when I was wrong. But that's the only drug that ever did that to me. I mean, mescaline made me a complete dick, but it didn't make me wrong about things. Did you open that door, Rachel? Yeah. Okay. She wanted to see outside. Oh, like, open the door. It's got to be Rachel now, though, because I've gotten used to Cameron being here. And earlier today, I was lying in bed. I heard somebody walk into the bedroom. I thought, I hope that's Rachel. The only person that could possibly be now is Rachel. Not because I don't like Cameron, but because I don't want Cameron to get into bed with me. Rachel and I are a gay couple. I'm a very lucky lady, and she's a wonderful man. That, by the way, is a repurposed Simpsons joke. An episode of Simpsons where um, Marge says, "I'm a lucky lady, Homer," and Homer says, "And I'm a wonderful man." It's like the perfect example of FE versus FI. I've explained this before, but I don't want anybody to think I'm taking credit for that joke, you know? Oh, that was a big fall of snow off the roof. I'm glad I was standing there. Glad thing we got this covered walkway. All right. We all covered in wet grass now. I'm so tall. Look how tall I am. I like being tall. It has advantages, and really, the only disadvantages are things like you can't fit in certain kinds of small cars. Airplane rides are miserable. um, you're never going to be a horse jockey or a good soccer player, probably. Minor inconveniences. Whereas advantages are kind of like every day, all day, you know? So I like being tall. And a man. I do know that tall women have an additional burden of tallness that tall men don't have. Like tall women often slouch a lot because, you know, societal expectations or something. I don't know. But, you know what? Being a tall, middle aged, upper middle class, white male has its privileges. Now, if only I were heterosexual. Unfortunately, instead of being heterosexual, I'm part of a gay couple. So I don't get all of the privileges. To get all of the privileges, I have to be straight too. Unlike idiot self-hating people, I like privilege. I'm a big fan of it. I do think everybody should enjoy privilege, but obviously that's not possible or it wouldn't be a privilege. Tall women do get to be leggy ladies, but despite the nature of it, that song doesn't really represent my feelings very much. As you know, Rachel, as you well know, Rachel, there may be leg men and there may be butt men in the world, and I am neither of them.
Thank you.
I am what's known as a boob man. It's pretty clear which of those men I am. Yeah.
Yes.
I think even Rachel could use her SI experience in this one.
Yes.
wonder when I ate those mushrooms. Of course, or drank the tea. I just, like the correct verb for consuming mushrooms is eat. I wonder when I drank those mushrooms. It just that doesn't seem like the right verb to me. This does seem like the right hat, though. What's the best height? Exactly whatever height you are.
That's such a good answer.
How long should a man's legs be? Long enough to reach the ground. That's an Abraham Lincoln classic. Again, I don't want anybody thinking I'm taking credit for somebody else's joke. That's Abraham Lincoln's joke, not mine. I don't know. 5'8" kind of sucks. Well, I think your problem is not your height, but your self-concept involving height. Of course, it's easier said than solved. And I respect the fact that there are real world things that are responsible for that. And the stronger your intuition, the harder it is to ignore the meanings associated with things and just, blithely move ahead as though the world were as you wished it to be. The more intuitive you are, the more stuck you are with meanings. So, I get that entirely. I don't mean to minimize the significance of whatever ontological miasm you may be experiencing. I'm not Jeff Shaw. I'm not going to tell you what your subjective experience is. Nor am I going to tell you what your subjective experience should be, although I almost did there for a second. I am going to tell you this hat looks fabulous on me. I am made to wear this hat. This hat, Rachel got it for me, so of course it looks fabulous. Everything Rachel gets me looks fabulous.
It's because you wear fashion fabulously.
I mean, I am like a walking catwalk. I'm like a catwalk come to life.
Yes, you are. Look at that. Look at those.
Look at me modeling these clothes. Oh my God. What a model I am. It's too hot to wear this hat inside though. You know what's a link I wish I had clicked many times, but I still haven't. I just Googled it myself. Is the link you put Winston's mom explaining why mushrooms make you feel cold. I've thought about it many times and gone, I wish I had clicked on that link. Many more times than it would take, spent much more time thinking that than it would take me to just Google the fucking question, but, I'll go, I totally wish I had clicked on that link. 5'8" is above average worldwide. Well, I mean, if you want to be above average at 5'8", go to China. You'll be tall. I was freakish in China. It's like everybody was so much shorter than me that it was just ridiculous.
I just see your head above.
Yeah, it's like a whole chest and head above everybody. Wow. It's crazy. All the Chinese people are very short. Except for Yao Ming. He's tall.
Oh, Yao Ming's tall. Yeah.
I don't know where he came from. He's come from the tall part of China. Shanghai is not a tall part of China. Yao Ming probably came out from the country or something. I don't know. Well, I didn't think you were talking about your personal height, Mr. Robbie. I was just running with what you said about global averages. Of course, you might not be talking to me either, so, maybe it's just a clusterfuck of miscommunicative wrongnesses all the way around.
Oh,
All the way around.
oh no,
In a
that could
circle.
be.
Anyhow, I relayed this on an earlier live stream, I believe, but I will repeat this story. There was one time these French people who were following their GPS in a rented car, and their GPS was giving them a shortcut into Yosemite Park. And the shortcut was Heights Cove Road.
Oh my gosh.
Which they got so far down the dirt road in their rental car to the point where it's like they couldn't turn around. They tore out the whole bottom of the car with trying to get, because it's like a two-wheel drive sedan, and that road is for little wilderness cars. It's not for rental cars. And then they got stuck way down there, and search and rescue had to go get them. And they had to find some local high school student who was taking French to talk to him. Somebody who had boot jack to talk to him.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So, then that's why we have these signs up now along the road saying no access to Yosemite.
Wow. It's kind of incredible how close we are to it.
Yeah, it's trippy looking at the map. It was confusing me for a long time because Mariposa's here. We drive down to here to Boot Jack to go into our house. I assume our house is over here somewhere. Instead, our house is way over here, up here. It's like closer to Mid Pines and way closer to Yosemite proper than like any other place in Mariposa County practically.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's like we so lucked out in every way about this house because we did not buy it for any of those reasons at all, any of the good reasons. We bought it because we liked the way it looked and it was out in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the only reason we bought it. Also, we recognized a good deal when we saw it.
Yeah.
Because I've been shopping Mariposa houses, and it was like, this one? Is that price?
Yeah, you were doing your searching.
So, because it looked like a good deal. The reason it was a little bit cheaper than anything else, in part, is it has a comparatively low amount of land for Mariposa.
Mm-hmm.
And as David said, people who buy in Mariposa want acreage. And in fact, a lot of the real estate signs where they have acreage to offer, it'll say acreage on it. It won't even say how many acres, it just say acreage, exclamation point. So, the Coro Show has removed his content from the channel. He probably got a wind of my critique of his ass.
Yeah, because of course
And he must be an FE Dom because, or FE Tool. And he's like, oh shit, this isn't playing as I had hoped. I'm not coming off as an expert. Oh fuck. I crossed Eric. Oh fuck. I should never have crossed Eric. That's why. That's exactly why. And it's true. Don't cross me. I'm not out there looking for trouble with you. You know?
No, and I was, it was me who told Eric about the ISFJ stuff because I had.
Yeah, the only reason he even got hammered by me is because it bothered Rachel. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother responding to it. I barely responded to it at all. It indicated to Rachel it's beneath me to even respond to that shit. But I was correct to say he's either a hater or an idiot. If he thinks that he's going to position himself as the expert and use me as the meow point, you better look someplace else. That might work on everybody else. It's not going to work here with me. Never in a million, billion, trillion years. Because I'm actually right and know what I'm talking about, other than like everybody else in the typology community.
I didn't mean to like cause any.
No, Rachel, you expressed your response to it authentically to me. And I hate it when people try to get to me through you.
Yeah.
That's the worst thing in the world because it's the only way they can successfully get me. So people who do that get my hammer. Because leave Rachel alone. Rachel's perfect. Nobody should ever fuck with her at all. Even accidentally. Like he did. He fucked with her accidentally.
It was accidental.
But it doesn't matter. It bothers her, and she didn't have to tell me about it.
It was like
Then somebody's getting my foot up their ass. That's all there is to it.
We would just say the thank you.
How do you deal with low FI? I'm interested in your thoughts since I'm trying to figure it out myself. Well, I mean, a bipolar person is beautiful. You don't deal with it and you don't think about it. And the only thing that happens is when you're not feeling good, you throw a tantrum. Or you cry or something. The feelings are just stuff that happen to me. I don't have any thoughts about them. They're not part of my deliberate conscious self at all. I'm purely an object to whom feelings happen to. I'm also not a good person to ask about FI stuff because I could not be any more blind to it. To be clear, I didn't talk with him at all. I just started a live stream by saying the truth, which was that guy's either a hater, doing what haters often do, trying to say I'm an ISFJ, or a complete idiot. That's all I did. I just explained that briefly at the beginning of the live stream. However, when people talk about you, it has a way of getting back to you, right? When people talk about you publicly. Somebody sent him a link, said, Eric, listen to what this guy has to say about you. Probably hoping that it's going to elicit some sort of battle. But it turns out he wasn't a hater. He was just an idiot. So, oops. My bad. You know what FI Polar, a great FI Polar show is South Park. You couldn't be any more FI Polar. It's fucking hilarious. Like we were watching this episode earlier where Clyde keeps getting in trouble for leaving the toilet seat up, and then his mom falls in and dies, and like everybody's blaming him the whole time. It's like that's such a hilarious FI Polar show. It's fucking fantastic. It is by far the single smartest show that has ever been on television. If I wasn't so secure in myself, I'd be totally hatery about it because it's so fantastic and it's like that's an ENTP living the dream, right? He's being right about everything. He's got a huge audience. He's consistently hilarious. He knows exactly what he's doing. The NI is there for him. He's got a helpful and unassuming ISFJ teammate rather than a wife, right? He's got that other guy who's an ISFJ and just happy to be along for the ride, you know? Anyway, brilliant, so brilliant, consistently so brilliant. We also enjoyed the fuck out of the Scrody McBooger Balls episode the other day. Butters, they tried to get Butters to take the rap for writing this gross book, and then everyone's like, oh, it's so genius. And then they won't believe the other kids when they say, no, we wrote it. So good. the The way that everybody's puking all the time they're reading it is just fucking hilarious. How they get the puking just right, like. It's so funny. Oh, I love that show. It's fantastic. And it is the smartest show that has ever been on television, period. There is nothing comes close. The only thing I can think that comes close is the NFJ equivalent of smart, which is BoJack Horseman. That's holistically smart, right? And BoJack Horseman features the most genius joke in history, which is that joke about the thing falling from the freeway overpass. Oh my God. Whoever wrote that, I bow down to you. I am not worthy to even hear that fantastic joke. It was the most genius bit of writing, the best writing I've ever encountered in a show is in BoJack Horseman. But that doesn't make it the smartest show, right? The most intelligent show is South Park, because South Park is consistently correct about almost every single thing. Occasionally, there gets one thing wrong, you know. Sometimes South Park gets so hardcore about not being attached to a specific position except for this other alternate position that they neglect to get attached to the correct position. Everyone, there was one thing I could think about. I can't remember it now that they were wrong about. One thing in all those seasons of South Park, there's one thing. That's what makes it the smartest show that has ever been or will ever be on television. That guy is qualified to be president, you know. I'd vote for, I don't remember which one it is the main guy. I know one of them's name is Trey Parker. I don't know what the other guy's name is. I don't remember their names, but whoever the main guy of that is, the ENTP, he's qualified to be president. I would vote for him. I'd be glad to vote for him. I'd be his vice president. I wouldn't say that about much of anybody else. In fact, I wouldn't say that about anybody else at all. The only person I would be okay with being the vice presidential candidate for would be the guy who makes South Park, the main guy. He's a genius. He's a real genius. The kind of genius that matters most, too. He's not a stupid kind of TE genius. He's a real genius. In other words, he's just like me. Except vastly more successful. And just blessedly stuck with his NI vision the whole way. Never deviated from it. Once he got that set of characters and that South Park shit going, he was not interested in losing that NI gold mine he had. And that makes him more of a genius than me. Well, I haven't watched super many of the new episodes because, like, the only reason I was even watching it is because we have YouTube TV now. So I like to browse live TV even though it has commercials. It's a weird phenomenon, you know? It's like TV is not the best way to watch anything, but it's the best way to have choices presented to you. Now, I do think that they were too mean to Sarah Jessica Parker. Way too mean to Sarah Jessica Parker.
Yeah, that was.
And
That's what happens, though.
The thing is, there's idiots who deserve you to be mean towards. She doesn't deserve that meanness. Anyway, remember when they created South Park went to an award show wearing dresses of famous females? I don't remember that. But that's
Right?
fantastic.
I'm looking for a picture. That was so good.
Who are you wearing? I'm wearing Mark Davis or some designer.
They were wearing Gwyneth Paltrow and Jennifer Lopez outfits.
Oh. Compare that genius with Tom Green. Ugh. You know what? S.E. Dom should not get into comedy.
No.
And ENFPs also should not get into comedy. Just look at Borat.
Well, even just the name Borat.
Or look at Robin Williams. God, how hard did he have to work to find something funny? That's not how you be funny, moron. You run around the stage like an SE Dom. Making, yeah. It's like, yeah, oh, God. Oh, God. I tell you who really rubs Rachel the wrong way is ENFPs.
Yeah, they do.
It's unfortunate that the family member who loves her the most is an ENFP. She's not having it from ENFPs at all. I'm fine with ENFPs as long as they aren't trying to be artists. In which case, they're just befouling the art landscape with their horribleness, by and large. Oh, God. Jim Carrey, don't even get me started on somebody who's a horrible, should never have been a comedian. T.E. Dom probably, certainly has no advice anybody should ever listen to, and is also a horrible person. How much did I do? I don't know. Just the regular amount of mushrooms.
Yeah.
Whatever was left in the bag. I'm not tweaking at all. I'm on no speed. I can't get my Adderall. You know? This is normal Eric. Something about Mary was good. I agree. That didn't have anything to do with Jim Carrey, did it?
No, that didn't have anything to do with. That was
Dumb and Dumber was good. I mean, it's a good movie. You can't take that away from it. I mean, that's a good movie. But the thing is, it's not because he was in it. It's a well-written movie. And I guess he's well cast in that to do his thing. But, you know. Yeah, it's kind of good. You have to be okay with a lot of cringiness to watch it, those kind of movies. Some of them, the ones that strike the balance perfectly are great. And the ones who don't are terrible. Like, movies that try to rely on a bunch of cringy, effy awkwardness to be funny, they fail. It's not necessarily the case that you can never be funny in that way, but if that's the engine of your movie, it's not going to work. Yeah, I don't know if the quality has declined over the years or not. I don't think so because
I don't think so because I kept up with it up until like.
it just seems to get smarter and better continually. It's made by an ENTP, so you should expect that. You know, we're not ENTPs aren't
leave
using
her alone, Trubs.
ENTPs aren't using NI to get good. They're using SI, so the shit gets better and better over time. You know, if you're reliant on NI, then you need periods of fallow because you have to observe a lot more and then use NI to know what's great again. It's like you're like a farmer with NI. With NE, he starts off pretty funny and just gets better and smarter and more funny over time as he learns SI what doesn't work. Robin Williams and Jim Carrey both share the fact that they are not so funny, but good actors when they actually try. Well, I mean, I'm not going to dispute the fact that Robin Williams is a good actor, nor am I going to dispute the fact that Jim Carrey does good acting work in certain films. And if they have good writing, that means they can be funny as well. But the point is, TE Doms should not be in the arts no matter what. You end up with Dave Matthews.
Don't you think that Sandra Bullock is possibly an ENTJ?
No.
No?
I don't
she just
think
plays.
so. I think she's got way better FE than ENTJ would have. She's a really good actress. That scene where she showed all that shit was just her face.
That's true.
No, that's not TE Dom. That's NIFE. She's some kind of NFJ. She's got to be, or at worst, an ISTP. She's Beta Quadra. She's a fucking brilliant actress. It's like, wow. She's such a brilliant actress, you don't notice what a brilliant actress she is until you try paying attention for a while.
It's true.
I tell you who else is a brilliant actress is Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah.
And the reason I think she's a brilliant actress is that Olive Garden commercial.
Yeah.
On Saturday Night Live.
On Saturday Night Live, yeah.
It is so funny. It is so good. And when like the director of the commercial is telling her to look happier after it's looking hilarious. She looks just like Kirsten Dunst.
I was just thinking that.
Because Kirsten Dunst has one acting move.
Except when she goes into the film Melancholia.
I think her best acting performance may be Jumanji.
She was really good in
She was quite good in Jumanji.
Yeah, she was.
Who was the girl in Jurassic Park, the first one? It kind of looks like Kirsten Dunst. She did a great job in that movie too.
She did a great job too, but she didn't. I don't think she became an adult actor.
Whereas the little boy in Jurassic Park, I didn't think did such a great job. Like he wasn't as believable. There were moments where I thought, he's acting.
In Jumanji or?
No, Mr. Bobby, I'm not talking about her looks at all. She's a fantastic actress. Her range and her grasp of comedy, drama, everything, she's got it all going on acting wise.
She's done Woody Allen movies. She's done like Lost in Translation. So she's done indie art films. Ghost World Again, that is an indie art film. She has done like very pleasant movies that the general public would like. She's Not That Into You, or He's Not That Into You. Yeah, those are like she did her, and she was in the movie Sing, and she only was a voice actor for both of those. Kirsten Dunst is not that decent. I think Disney is giving her.
Scarlett Johansson's a little old for you to be sexualizing her at this point, I think.
Yeah, she's a.
But the point is, Kirsten Dunst isn't really that bad of an actress. She's an actress I like to make fun of.
Who? Kirsten Dunst?
Yeah, she's not that bad.
She's all right.
It's just I like to make fun of
her. She's good in like, we'll see, like.
Because I always remember her in the scene when Spider-Man's coming down to kiss her, and she's like, that's how I always remember Kirsten Dunst. Spider-Man's hanging down upside down to kiss her, and she's just like, she's just so excited, you know.
That's so funny.
That's the only thing I ever think of when I think of
Oh
Kirsten
my god,
Dunst.
yeah, but that's like a really good reference
Is
point.
that scene?
Oh, Virgin Suicides. Yeah.
Well, that's a depressing title.
It's a depressing movie. That's another one. That's another, like, so, like, it seems like,
Depressing part of bad.
yeah, when there's, like, because, like, the mother in the store in the Virgin Suicides reminds me a lot of my mom, her controlling tendencies. So, like, I, like, kind of, like, I latch on to, like, emotional stuff, like movies that tend to be like very dramatic. I go into like where there's like no likable characters really, because like Lux Lisbon in that is she's like they consider suicide. I mean, this
Just-
is like
Jeff Davis, are you the person that got caught cheating on your math test earlier that we were talking about?
yeah.
We want to know whether you got in trouble or not. You never answered that question earlier about whether you got in trouble or how much trouble you got in.
No, I would definitely argue that Scarlett Johansson is a better actress than Kirsten Dunst.
And also, Mr. Bobby, you don't objectively think that. You think it's objectively the case that you have a misplaced adverb. Okay? One doesn't objectively think. One thinks or affirms that things are objectively so.
And talking about Scarlett Johansson being busty, I have a conspiracy theory. I think that she has had breast reduction. She has got she's lost like a lot of weight recently, and like she's gotten much thinner. Like maybe in some pictures that I've seen of her, she looks thinner or whatever. She's always been tight because she has to for the Marvel films, but like I was looking at her and I was like, wait, she looks different. And I'm like, oh my gosh, she's wearing a plunging neckline and she like doesn't have any cleavage. I'm like thinking that she's had her breast reduction.
I'm in favor of legislation I call Soleil's Law.
Soleil's Law?
Yeah, which prohibits large-breasted women from getting breast reduction surgery. Soleil Moon Fry ruined herself. She was so stacked. She was ridiculously, impossibly stacked.
Oh man, the Virgin Suicides haunted me because of the topic of suicide, and it kind of has this gauzy, dreamy effect that goes along with the movie, kind of romanticizing. It definitely, as a teen, I thought that it romanticized. I thought that it romanticized suicides. Yeah, Sofia Coppola definitely did capture the energy of the novel. You're right. I read the novel too because I was so confused about it. When I'm very confused as to feelings that I'm having about a certain movie, certain entertainment, especially like I said, if it's like dramatic, I tend to go into a researching hole about like what would make these characters be so upset. Oh yeah, it's the mom. The mom is like, and the dad doesn't do anything about it, and it's just like.
I mean, you're talking about your life?
It sounds like my life, but I'm not. You did definitely enjoy some dreamy gauzy dunce though. Hey, Just Davis. Oh no. Okay, so Just Davis, you may have to be kiss some ass. You might have to kiss some ass. I got in trouble. I wasn't cheating, but before a test, my science teacher in 6th grade said, if you look up at someone else, if you speak during the test, if I see you with like a piece of paper on your lap, like you automatically get a 0.
Just Davis, you need to bring her an apple.
Yeah. So yeah, so my friend was like asking me a question of where to write her name um on the test, and I helped her, and I got a 0 on my science test because like the teacher thought that I was cheating, and it didn't matter if I actually was or if I wasn't. Like I broke his rule, so I got a 0, and then I like I was kind of like I took that and I was like, I didn't even cheat. Like I'm going to do better in this class, and I ended up getting an A in the class because I was like, if you like the teacher, it's worth showing a little bit of effort in the class after you get caught. You know? If you like the teacher. If you don't like the teacher, then that just sucks. I'm really sorry that happened. That really sucks. Well, what did you think of? How do you say? I always say it's Sorcy, which is not her name. What did you think of? Is it Sorcy? Sorcy Ronan in
Cersei?
Yeah, Cersei. In Little Women. I thought she was pretty good in it. I didn't really love the movie though. Like, I guess I'm kind of attached to the Winona Ryder version of Little Women. I thought that Saoirse. Isn't a common Irish name. We got some weed that was named Cersei. Source. No, not these. But yeah. Oh, he did? I'm sorry.
No, I'm trying to get in trouble once. You know,
It could be that he wants water.
I put water down there for him and now he's drinking it, but the thing is, it doesn't make a lot of sense that he's thirsty because he's outside all day where there's nothing but water everywhere you look. So, And it's not like he's picky about what water he drinks. He drinks water out of the toilet even.
Yeah, he does. Like a dog.
Capilla does too.
Oh, she
She
does?
drinks out. I've seen her drink out of the little toilet.
Oh, no way.
I've seen Trouble drinking out of the big toilet in this room here too.
Hey, I mean, if the water's good.
The water's good up here.
Yeah.
Ooh, we don't have any reason to save water. That's the beautiful thing. We're not in a drought. The rest of California may be, but we don't have a water storage problem in our neighborhood. We've got at least 4 water tanks that I've seen. The 2 up on the hill, there's 2 more down on over there.
Oh.
That I spotted. The 2 down over there are blue. The 2 up there are orangey, tan, yellowish kind of color. No. Let me tell you something very clearly. There's one piece of advice that is never a good piece of advice. Do your homework. That's never a good piece of advice. A good piece of advice to teachers is do your job and teach you at school.
Yes.
Don't try to tell me what to do at home. I'm not at school anymore. So fuck off.
I want a pet.
If you want me to learn something, you got me for many hours a week you got me. Teach me during that time. Do not tell me to go teach myself at home. That's so retarded. That's what most teachers do. They're like, here's the book. Here's some shit for you to do at home to teach yourself stuff while I sit at my desk during the day. Well, I don't doubt that practicing helps, but it shouldn't be assigned by the teacher. Right? If you decide you want to practice more at home on your own,
That's
fine.
true, yeah.
Because after all, you got to do well on this test and you need more practice or something.
Right. So it could be
That's student-directed work, not teacher-directed work.
Yeah.
Students should always be in charge of the education, not teachers. The problem we have in education in general is that the students don't want to be there, and neither do the teachers. The teachers don't have anything real to teach, by and large. If they do, they're teaching it to a fraction of the students who actually want to learn it. The other group of people don't want to be there at all. And how can you ever accomplish anything good in youth prison camp? No good things emerge from non-consensual forcings.
Yeah.
No good things can occur from non-consensual forcings.
No.
It's a nightmare from K through 12. And then then for the portion of the population who's successfully internalized this slave mentality they teach you at school, then you go on and voluntarily continue it in college. It's like, oh no.
Voluntarily.
Yeah, at least that one's consensual, but
still the classes get.
Yeah, but there's nothing
so
consensual about the actual course of study.
No,
you got all
especially your freshman year.
You got all these core curriculum requirements that maybe has nothing to do with what you want to study. Mm-hmm. You're just being the bitch of these institutions of higher learning.
Yep, and then you get classes that are not. They're an hour to 3 hour long.
And you get what you get for paying for all that. You get the least efficient way to learn things imaginable. It's like that is not an efficient way to teach or learn anything. To force people to take a bunch of classes they don't want. Yeah. It's like, oh God, what a fucking nightmare. And then you've got ESTJs like my dad and Jeffrey's mom who think number one critically most important thing in life is to get a college degree.
Yes.
Even though your son's already doing all the things that you want him to get a college degree in order to be able to do.
No.
It's, oh my God, how stupid is college? Now that it becomes seen as an instrumental thing instead of an outcome in and of itself, learning has been rendered into this certificate chasing thing in order to be qualified for certain kinds of jobs to which there's almost no linkage between your degree and what you're supposedly qualified for. It's the insanity of TE run amok is what it is.
No, like for doctors having their residency and stuff, do you think there's other TE DOMs that are there that are saying, yes, you were doing a good job?
Well, I think apprenticeships is a great way to learn things, including residencies. No, that's not medical school. Granted, doctors are a little bit of an exception. They need to learn a bunch of specific information about bodies and medicine and stuff, and they need to understand certain procedures that are regulated for a good reason, etc. You know, medical doctors are a bit of an exception. The other STEM things is bullshit. You need college for. The only reason you ever want to go to college is because they have certain pieces of equipment you can't access other ways. Or if you want to be an astrophysicist or something, you do not need to go to college to learn all that shit. But you do need to go to college to have access to big telescopes, probably.
Yeah.
So, you know, yeah, if you're doing STEM in college, it's not a complete waste of time. If you're taking organic chemistry and shit, well, that's a real class. You're learning real things. Okay. C.S. Joseph says the school system unfairly favors TE users. Would you agree with that? I would say to say that the school system unfairly favors TE users is to miss the point. You can't have any good outcomes when non-consensual forcings. So the fact that TE users, especially TESI users, are most okay with that is a way of saying the school system unfairly favors them. But it's like Boba Fett says, the world unfairly favors TE.
Yeah.
It's not even a matter of fairness, though. The world rewards TE users and puts them in positions they're totally unqualified to be in and ridiculously overconfident that they are qualified to be in them. So that's why you get Chow saying, look, there are a lot of people out there more talented than me, but I'm the one playing the LFL. And Intuitive saying, that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing, okay? That's why you got all these TE DOMs as lawyers and judges. Not because they're good at legal shit. They're not. They don't have legal minds. But they're good at accomplishing their goals of being a lawyer or a judge.
Yeah.
So you got a bunch of overconfident, underqualified people doing important jobs like legal stuff and doing a detriment to everybody. Because you can't use business logic in legal stuff. You can't use impact calculi. You got to have justice as your primary concern, and you can't evaluate the success or failure of any kind of legal matter by pointing to outcomes, because you can always selectively draw whatever lines around whatever outcomes you want and try to make the linkage. You know, the linkage is always tenuous at best. You gotta do legal shit from principle, from axiomatic principle, not from fucking horrible TE DOM outcome calculi. It's a way to destroy civilization. TE is great for certain things, particularist shit. TE is great when you have a particular problem and you need a particular solution to. It's terrible for everything universal because it's always linked to somebody's particular subjective interest. That's why it's paired with FI, you know? The problem with TE DOMs is that they won't stay in their fucking lane, right? Solve particular problems, maybe even solve particular problems in ways that universally resonate, like ENTJs sometimes do. Don't think you know anything about anything, though, right? Don't be a pundit about anything. You got no business talking about anything or giving people advice about anything. You're just projecting your fucked up utilitarian frame of reference onto everybody and saying that everybody has value to the extent that they have utility rather than implicitly as is axiomatically dictated by anybody who's got any shred of fucking intuition and logic. So, yeah, I'm pulverizing the fuck out of TE DOMs right now, as they so richly deserve. After all, they get all the success and everything. So the least they can do is get my foot up their ass for their fucked up wrongness. They treat everybody like cogs in their fucking machine, unless you're precious to them, in which case they just are disappointed in you because you're not a TE Dom. It's like, fuck you. I don't care how much useful you are to me, right? You don't get to invalidate who I am by buying me this house and that'd be okay, you know? Right now I'm talking to my dad, obviously, not T.E. Johns in general. But, you know, it's hard not to have a little bit of lingering anger towards my father when he so vigorously attempted, especially in the last few years of his life, to reject any claim that I made about having any legitimacy at all. Try to just delegitimize my whole being all the time. Saying shit like nobody has any good new ideas after they're 30 years old. Could you care any less about what I have going on or what I'm doing? Could you have any less interest in anything I'm saying? No, you could never have any less interest in anything I'm saying, any less willingness to listen to me at all. Heaven forbid you learn anything from me. The only time I remember my dad being grateful to learn something from me was when I told him that there are mosquito larvae breeding in this thing that collects water. And that's why I'm messing with it. He was mad at me for messing with this pot that collected still water. And the only time I remember him going, oh, okay, well, that's a good reason to be messing with it, and I'll take care of it now, and thank you for telling me that. Like, the only time I can remember him being grateful for learning anything from me. Even though I'm the intuitive, you know, he should listen to me, for fuck's sake. Especially about things like legal matters. It's like the man wants me to feel ownership over the family estate, but won't even concede that I have any authority over my particular expertise. You know, when I try to tell him he should take mushrooms to treat him for his depression, he's like, okay, interesting idea. Who should I talk to about that? Me! Your son, who's got shit tons of experience taking mushrooms. You know, T, Dom, SI, tool. I need an expert to tell me. I am an expert, Dad. I'm an expert of law. I'm an expert of drugs. No, you're not. You don't have letters after your name. I'm an idiot. Thanks, Dad, for this beautiful home and everything. No thanks for the ontological assaults all the time, and fuck you for that. You're just a dumb ESTJ who should have listened to your brilliant son. I'm just a fuck up, yeah, but I'm still way more intuitive than you could ever dream of being. Sorry, I'm venting about my dad at the moment.
That's all right.
I go back and forth with him. Sometimes I feel like he's a saint and he can do no wrong, and sometimes I'm angry because he did so much wrong to me. You know, he DJ Horn fucked around and got shot. You don't fuck with Eric even if you're my dad. And you certainly don't fuck with Eric in ways that are totally wrong and counterintuitive and expect him to be okay with it. I know he's dead now, so we're no talking to him about it now, but there was no talking to him about him when he was alive either. He didn't want to hear a goddamn word I said. People love to shut down conversations and actual thinking with bullshit of various sorts. I'll agree with you there, Misfortune, and it frustrates me to no end. The solution here is to have the conversation you're desperately trying to avoid, not for me to allow you to continue to avoid it. There's no solution to sweeping shit under the rug. It's just a way to make infections fester. Sweeping shit under the rug is just like, hey, let's invite a bunch of pus over to my house. That's not how anything ever gets resolved. You don't sweep shit under the rug. And that's one of the biggest problems I have with my dad is, you know, he didn't really want to sweep stuff under the rug per se, but he also didn't want to deal with anything directly that wasn't on his terms. He was such a control freak. I mean, talk about, he's the very definition of a fucking control freak. He wasn't toxic like your mom, but he was definitely a control freak. Oh my God. I've never seen a man more controlling about everything in my life. Like, I got scolded for throwing out spoiled milk from his fridge.
Oh my God.
Like,
you're actually helping.
Come the fuck on, Dad. You don't want this spoiled milk. Well, his position, well, I don't want you making decisions about my property. Okay. You win again, Dad. You know, you're right, technically. And you're intuitively not intuitive at all. Much to my consternation, continual consternation. It's like when your family member throws out spoiled milk from your fridge, that is not the time to make a property rights argument. You know? You have to be incredibly non-intuitive to think that your technically correct property rights argument is properly made in that context. What insanity.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that fifth slot TI. You know, he's right, it's fair, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, he won't throw out my spoiled milk and I won't throw out his. Great. Mission accomplished. More spoiled milk in the house. And, you know, Rachel. Oh my God, Rachel. You ate some of his cereal.
Yeah.
Okay. The fucking gall.
I was a big rebel.
That cereal is not for you. Okay? He's on cereal. Okay, well, we didn't have any cereal. We didn't have any cereal or milk, and you did, so I really wanted cereal. Oh, no! Eating my cereal. It's like, how non-intuitive can you be to be like, it's critically important that I leave you this big estate, Eric, and therefore you can't have anything until I die. It's like, Dad, it's like you want me to love you after you're dead or something, not while you're alive. What's up with that? It doesn't work either because I'm not that easily bought off, you know? I don't forget all the bullshit and I'm not a whore. So you buying me this beautiful home doesn't change the fact that you were a dick. And incredibly wrong about me especially. Just because I'm a fuck up doesn't mean I am not a fuck up in some other areas, you know? I have my wheelhouse as well, and it has value. Even if it doesn't articulate into money outcomes, like you think everything that matters must result in profit, or else there's no point in it. It's either profit or vacation. There are two choices. You do stuff that makes you money, or you go on vacation. Those are your only choices. Well, I'm sorry, Dad. I like to play. I don't want to. I don't want to have to go on vacation to play. I want to play while I'm all the time at home. In other words, I don't want to get a job. I don't want to make money. I'm lazy. I don't like workplace environments. The people telling me what to do are always idiots. It's fine as long as the job is straightforward enough. Like, I don't mind working at a deli or something, or working at a store and have people tell me what to do. That's fine. Because then we're just dealing with business logic, right? Once you become higher up in the professional ladder, then you've got other professionals who are stupid trying to tell me what to do. Ugh. Well, that's not going to work. Because yes, you're the boss, but I'm correct. And you are going to either be cool, open to the fact that I'm smarter than you, learn things from me, deal with correctness accordingly, or you're going to be a cunt like my ex-ENTJ boss and make up bullshit to breach contract to claim to fire me with cause when you have none. Because now, ENTJs, you will never out-intuit me. Not in a million years. I'm way smarter than you. You're way more effective than me. And much worse at understanding your lane. You think you're smart. That's the offensive thing about ENTJs. They are effective. They should get to claim that. They should also recognize that they're not smart accordingly. Just like I'm smart, but I'm not effective. I recognize that. I stay in my lane. I don't try to claim to be the expert of things I'm not the expert at, you know? I only claim to be the expert of things I'm actually the expert at. course, if you got FI leading the charge here, which every TE dyno has ultimately FI leading the charge, it doesn't matter. It's only about what they want. And what they want is an obedient employee who's not giving them shit. And the fact is, they're stupid, so they're gonna get shit from me unavoidably. You know, I don't tolerate stupidity very quietly. I expect people to justify their demands of me, you know? They need to be justified by something other than I'm the boss, or else I'm not going to do it. Especially not nowadays. Nowadays, there's zero chance anybody's going to be ever able to leverage me to do anything I don't feel like doing. My ETJ boss hated it when I quit drinking. I was a drunk, she was fine with that. She loved that because I was compliant accordingly. When I quit drinking, she wanted me to go back to being a drunk. So I'd be too hungover or drunk to fight back. She was very much like my ex-wife Candace. Oh shit, real Eric's here. Yeah, real Eric's not having it. Drunk Eric has it. Drunk Eric takes it up the ass all the time. Not drunk Eric never takes it up the ass. No. If I fuck up, I give it to myself up the ass before you even have a chance to. And if you try to pull any shit on me at all, and I'm not drunk, oh no, I might not recognize her immediately. It might take me a little time to think about it to realize you're trying to pull some fucked up shit. But I have time to think about things, and I do think about things. And once I've determined you're trying to fuck with me, no fucking way. There ain't nobody in the world strong enough to fuck with Eric when he's right about shit. Not anybody on the entire planet can fuck with me when I'm correct. That's just all there is to it. There's not a single one of those 7 billion people who can successfully fuck with Eric when I'm correct. No way. I will crush them all, or more likely, I will make them run away from me in terror and make sure they never get to have to hear a word I say ever again. That's the most common result of people who try to fuck with me. The best kind of people who try to fuck with me are stuck behind some kind of counter where they can't get away from me.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
But boy, it's like Rachel went from being a beloved cash cow to the Black Plague in 5 seconds. You know, it's like that Mercy Medical Center could not wait to get rid of you as soon as they talked to me. Prior to that, they loved having Rachel forever as their cash cow.
Mm-hmm.
You bait people to demand things from you? I never do that. I never bait people to demand things from me. I don't like people demanding things from me. And I never encourage it in any way, shape, or form. And then I spin it into broadcasting personal beliefs. I do broadcast my personal beliefs. They also happen to be correct because the things I'm stating my affirmations about are universalizable things. And therefore, you can't dispute the correctness of them because they're not subjective matters. And false truths. There are no false truths. Truths are true, okay? You can use truths in a way to deceive if you wish, but what you can't do is use language like you do around me and not get called out for it, you fuck. You should try this kind of beer, Jeff Shaw. It doesn't have alcohol in it. Hi, Kitty. I'm such a good non-drinker that I have open bottles of wine around here to cook with. That's how much of a good non-drinker I am.
Yeah, you really are.
I cook with wine. I can open bottles of wine and cook with it no problem. Horse Mumbler may, well, sure. Horse Mumbler, I'm not saying these things to you. I'm saying them to Jeff Shaw. There's the distance between you and Jeff Shaw is measured in parsecs, okay? We can't even measure it in furlongs. We can't even measure it in miles. We have to measure it in parsecs. Well, I gave a couple bottles to the neighbor, and I've got one bottle of white wine that open that I've been cooking with. Um, but I'm gonna open a bottle of red tomorrow because I bought a pot roast, and I plan on slow cooking it in wine.
Mm.
And I got onions, carrots, and potatoes to go with it. Oh, one thing we didn't end up getting because after we had lunch, I wasn't hungry anymore. Before we had lunch, we were planning on going back to the Bonds to get beef stock. And after we had lunch, I wasn't hungry anymore. So, uh, question: are cordial cherries alcoholic? I don't know. I don't consume things that I know are knowingly alcoholic, but I have an exception to that, which is non-alcoholic stuff that has a little teeny bit of alcohol in it. I'll still drink it. In fact, I prefer it over the 0.0 kind. But, it's like my body recognizes a little bit of alcohol, but it doesn't get you. It doesn't affect your head at all, But yeah, I like the taste of wine a lot, and I can't drink it anymore. So I can still taste it in food though, where it's cooked off the alcohol. Oh yeah, we'll save some for the wedding. True, that's a good point.
Oh,
Save some wine for the wedding.
that's a good point. Yeah.
That's an excellent point. And you know, I want to get mushrooms for the wedding too, but my only concern about getting a bunch of mushrooms for the wedding is I don't want a bunch of people puking in my house.
I wouldn't like that either.
So I'm kind of back and forth on that. I still remember how you couldn't grasp the joke of the neighbor's jokey sign that says something like, "Neighbors have the good candy." It was deter people to the neighbor. I mean, to direct them to the neighbors away from themselves. No, I think your intuition on that sign is wrong. I don't think that's the purpose of that sign. I think they're very. The rest of their house is very like open and welcoming, like we're good neighbors. So I think that's the just the sign is we're neighbors. We're your neighbors, and we have the good candy. Rachel, you said what Bobby said? He said that that sign meant that they were trying to get people to go next door rather than to them.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
I don't think that's what it means at all. Okay, well, if Rachel agrees with you, then there's an 80% chance you're right. But sometimes Rachel's intuition is wrong. I think it's wrong in this instance. If you look at the house and everything about it, it suggests that they're saying we're neighbors.
We're the neighbors.
We're the neighbors, and we have the good candy.
Okay.
But I agree that the sign wording is confusing. Okay, you want pics of sign? That's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
Okay, that is fair.
That's totally fair. I can't expect you guys to intuit from just the words I'm saying. You need to have the picture of the whole house with the sign in front of it. and then it'll be we'll have a more interesting discussion about it, because I don't think you can intuit correctly from just the words on the sign. I think you have to look at the whole picture there. And then the cool thing is, Rachel and I could go knock on those people's doors and resolve the question by simply asking them, well, what's up with their sign?
Yes.
You know?
True. We could.
So the beautiful thing is, we can take a picture of it, we can have the discussion here, we can conclude what we want to conclude, and then Rachel and I can go find out the actual answer from those people.
Yes.
That's a fun activity. That's a fun sounding activity. I'm not going to go do that right this second because it's cold and wet and dark outside. But the sign says, I think it says, neighbors have a good candy. It might say, the neighbors have a good candy.
Oh, it makes a difference.
A big difference it does. But I think I'm operating under the assumption that says neighbors have the good candy. So
that would say that we're neighbors.
We're the neighbors.
Yeah.
If it says the neighbors have the good candy, then it would suggest the next door neighbors have the good candy. But even if it says the neighbors have the good candy, I think they left out a who. Like, the neighbors who have the good candy are we.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think. They left out a who. Your neighbors put that out? They're not really our neighbors. They're all the way down on Heights Cove, so it's like a quarter mile away or half a mile away or something. Their next door neighbor, they have next door neighbors on either side of them. But we live up here where the neighbors are a little further away from us than that.
Yeah. I wonder though, I mean, have they had that out since Halloween, you think?
No, it's a wooden sign. It's like a permanent wooden sign they have. So whoever's wrong, what should they do? They should say, I was wrong about that. That's what they should do, that's all. There's no punishment for being wrong.
No.
You just have to acknowledge that you were wrong when you're wrong. You know, that's all. Ruben loves the idea of throwing your neighbors under the bus. Well, I'm sure they'd be surprised to see that their sign is causing this much conversation online.
Really?
Yeah, it's really, this sign has gotten a lot of attention from us around here. So it's funny. It's like, well, that's what I think too. Candy is code for drugs. But with these people's house, they're clearly not drug people, you know? Or they might be, but they're like old heads then. And that's me going like this with my knee up and down. Where the Chinese say, you're going to bounce your money loose.
Really?
Right? That's their expression for when you bounce your knee up and down.
Oh.
And I had my heel against the chair, so when I was bouncing it up and down, you could hear this thing, that sound, you know. But when I don't have my heel against the chair, you can't hear anything. Maybe just a gentle rustling of my pants. Ah, you are a simple man. You must remember that. Yes, you must remember that, Jeff Shaw. I'm a simple man.
You're a simple man.
I am a simple man. You're right about that, Jeff Shaw. I'm a simple man with often incredibly insightful and complex notions, but I am a simple man. I like laughter and good times. I like sexual intercourse with my beautiful wife. I enjoy delicious foods. I'm a simple man. I don't like people crossing me at all. I'm a simple man. I want what I want, like an FI absolute valuing person, but I'm ultimately more of a team player than anything else because FE third. Peace out. I got $1 lawyer shows to watch. Okay, well that sounds fantastic. $1 lawyer is a great title for a show. I don't
Oh
know.
my gosh, it does
That
sound.
is a fantastic title for a show. For a fantastic title for whatever. $1 lawyer is just fantastic. I
It is
love
fantastic.
it. All right, you got yourself a $1 lawyer, huh? It's like you'd rather just get a free lawyer if your lawyer is gonna charge you only $1. You're better off just getting a free lawyer from the state. I think, you know, maybe not. I might be the kind of lawyer who would charge $1. Just because I think it was funny. Yeah, I'll defend you. I'll charge you $1. But I'm only defending you the way I want to. I'm not listening to you as a client and your interests, what you think. That's why I'm the lawyer here, okay? If you don't want to listen to my legal advice and go with my strategy, then I'm not going to represent you. No, Eric Carver would charge a lot more than $1. Eric Cartman would be like a regular lawyer. He'd charge you thousands of dollars and do nothing. Well, yeah, I mean, in Breaking Bad, Saul takes $5, I think, from Walt so that he can officially be his lawyer, and therefore everything shared is confidential. But that's different than being a $1 lawyer. He got paid more than that ultimately. It was just an initial down payment to make legal their relationship so that he could have attorney-client privilege.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good show.
Great show. Doesn't rewatch very well. Breaking Bad doesn't rewatch well. The first time you watch it, it's fantastic, but it's reliant too much on the surprises and stuff for it to rewatch well. But I remember when I was watching it when it first came out, I was on the week to week thing. You know, I couldn't binge it at all because I started watching it like right when it came on. I was so enamored with the concept of it. I was like, I've got to watch this show. It's about meth. And then I suffered. I suffered every week waiting for the new episode to come out. And then when the season was over, I had to wait all summer long. It was horrible. You know you're doing something right when you get Jeff Shaw hating in the way he does, you know? You're doing something right. For sure. I mean that hate comes out just like that. That's one of the reasons I appreciate Jeff Shaw. He reminds me that I'm doing everything right. Intellectually, ideationally, and that I'm not doing everything right at all on FE grounds, right? That's why he's so offended, because I'm not upholding FE norms at all by being self-aggrandizing and telling the truth about myself. Really, I'm not self-aggrandizing. I just forsaken false modesty. And, you know, I try to be accurate about myself. It's not like I'm the world's greatest genius or anything.
I think you're the world's greatest genius.
Well, thanks, Rachel. I'm genuinely bothered and confused by things like, why am I the only person, despite researching all this shit for debate and reading all these philosophers and stuff, why am I the only person I can ever remember saying all of human history is a bunch of individuals projecting their own frame of reference as the norm for everybody else to aspire to. Somebody else should have said that already a long time ago. I guess maybe you need cognitive functions to say that. To understand that, you know?
Yeah.
So you can't blame people for not understanding things that weren't possible to be understood prior to the correct interpretation of Jungian cognitive functions, as rendered here.
Sure.
That's a hilarious, nonchalant burn. Did I burn somebody? Oh, Jeff Shaw, you mean? Well, yeah, he does serve his purpose. I don't dislike Jeff Shaw. I like having him around, actually. I enjoy his periodic ham-fisted attacks. They always seem to turn into things that make me look good.
Yes, you do.
You know what else actually look good? Polly does bog rap.
Polly does bog rap?
Oh, did I already tell you? Oh, I did earlier story about our broken thing that we got. That was sad.
Yeah, what's that?
We went to buy extra bubbler thing and got it here because we saw Luda Fair had one. And when we got it home, it was already broken. It doesn't look broken, but it leaked water out. And then you barely touched it one time and it broke in half.
So we're going to go on in Mariposa now.
Next time we're going to go to the Mariposa smoke shop instead of the Oakhurst smoke shop. Because what do I tell you? They don't do things right down in Madera County. I don't trust those people in Madera County at all. Madera County is a ghetto county compared to Mariposa County. That's why we're going to go to the smoke shop up here. I actually really liked that smoke shop guy.
Yeah, I do too.
I thought he was super knowledgeable, super helpful, and also hilariously like, well, you look for it.
Yeah.
Which I totally respect. You know, it's like, well, do you have it this side? And he's like, this is our box for those things.
Yeah.
But then he remained helpful when he could tell that we couldn't eyeball what size something was, you know? Like, he can eyeball it and say, like, this is whatever size this is, like 8th inch or whatever, and this is 1/4 inch, or I don't even know what the sizes are called. I can't eyeball this shit at all. I have to put it up against the other thing to see which one's bigger. You know, I can't tell is this the right one or not. Yeah, well, I still do kind of want to work part-time with the bootjack market. It's just that right now is not any time. It's not any, well, Jeff Davis, let me tell you, if you're trying to force yourself to do something you clearly don't want to do, that should tell you something. What it should not tell you is, God, I need more self-discipline. What it should tell you is, why the fuck am I doing this? Who is this horrible person who tries to tell me what to do when I'm at home? I mean, you do have a choice. You can go kick ass and take names. Hey, retard, you're supposed to teach me when I'm in school, not tell me what to do at home. What are you, some kind of scumbag trying to tell people what to do when they're at home? Not your business what I do at home. Trying to give me assignments to do outside of class. You're supposed to teach me in class, you fucking tard. Not tell me what to do after class time's over. That's what you need to go in and tell your teacher. Stop being so retarded. Why are you apologizing for yawning?
No, sorry. There's no keyboard.
Oh, right. Yeah, that one is not really your fault either.
That was just a crazy day.
It was just, you can't expect either of us to keep track of things if the power keeps going on and
No
off.
way.
Like, we never use this thing right here, the heater, except when the electricity's off. So when the electricity goes back on, I put something on there use it as a table, fully expecting the electricity is going to stay on. When then it goes off again for no reason in like an hour, Rachel turns on the heater. She's expecting there not to be anything on top of that, of course, because we've been using it as a heater. Neither of us can be blamed for that at all. It's just
no. That was just an accident.
yeah, it's like, and it wasn't anything that either of us should have been attending to in a different way that would have prevented it. If we're paying that much attention to that shit, then we're paying too much attention to stupid shit.
Yeah.
For us, it's like I shouldn't be so dismissive of stuff that's other people's strengths. Cameron would notice something like that, and it's not because he's dumb. It's because he's smart about shit like that. We're dumb about shit like that. It's not that shit's dumb.
Yeah.
So I should be more careful with my language in that regard. Sometimes I get mad at TE, especially TE DOMs, and just their freaking utility first frame of reference. And that causes me to speak about it in disparaging ways that are inconsistent with my fundamental message about cognitive functions, which is it lets us understand that everybody else's frame of reference is equally both brilliant and retarded at the same time. Everybody. It just so happens that the things that I'm retarded about don't have anything to do with communication, language, intuition, and insight. It had to do with objects. It doesn't make objects dumb. It makes me dumb about objects. And there's one thing I should be responsible about. It's not projecting my frame of reference in the way that I'm critiquing everybody else for doing. But, sometimes I get mad. When I'm mad, I tend to be very cutting in my language.
No, ask for.
No, I thought she was. I typed her as ENFJ.
Yeah.
She thought she was ENFP. I never thought she was ENFP.
No. He didn't. He thought ENFJ.
I mistyped her as an extrovert which is kind of understandable. In that typing session, she displayed a lot of FE. Ideally, I'd be better at distinguishing than that, but it's kind of great that I mistyped my own girlfriend. My own eventual wife, right?
Yeah.
Because it's revelatory about the challenges of typing someone in an hour. And it was also revelatory about my process after the fact. It took me a long time for me to correct myself with her because I wanted to make sure I only corrected myself once. So I was aware she was an INFJ for weeks before I told her, but I wanted to be 100% sure before I changed up her type on her, It made for some challenging moments because she kept questioning her ENFJ hood, and I was saying, no, you're an ENFJ. Or trying to avoid those conversations because I had doubts myself, but I hadn't resolved the question enough to tell her, and I didn't want to put doubt into her. I understand how important the question is for a mapping type, especially a receiving mapping type. It would be irresponsible for me to play, maybe you're this, maybe you're that with her.
Yeah.
So I wanted to make sure I was 100% sure that she was not an ENFJ and was an INFJ before I said, okay, Rachel. But what the camel that broke the back, I mean, the straw that broke the camel's back was this SI story she related, and that was too detailed, too well linked to the specific thing we were talking about to be an ENFJ SI story. And at that point, I said, okay, you are definitely not SI polar, and you are definitely an INFJ, not an ENFJ, because that's the most definitive thing that we have to look at is, the fact that she was beta quadrant was pretty obvious to anybody who knows anything about typology. And that she's not ESTP or ISTP was determined by her not performing like that on the TI skills test. She didn't perform as one or two TI skills. So she's an ENFJ or an INFJ. But SI polar, they have a certain number of personal memories, and sometimes they use those for things, but it's a much more general kind of linkage. So for example, the thing we were talking about was remembering where you were when you heard a song at a certain time.
Yeah.
And the story that she told of that was too specifically linked. In other words, it was too good of an SI example, too fleshed out of an SI example, and too relevant to the conversation to be produced by SI polar. SI polar people have personal stories they use as things they bring out periodically to illustrate certain points, but it's actiony like that. It's not responsive like Rachel's was. And so they don't, when they're understanding a concept of remembering where you were when you heard a song,
Yeah.
they may be able to produce some kind of an example of it, but not with the kind of level of detail that Rachel did. It's too, in other words, it's not something that, a topic that she's been asked to SI link before many times. It's not a story that is utilizable for many different contexts. And so it was not an ENFJ SI presentation. That's the bottom line. To a certain extent, I can only point to holistic stuff. I can say, well, just holistically, I knew there's no way that's SI polar, and so she had to be an INFJ. And by that point, it was very obvious to me she was an introvert too. It's like once you get to know Rachel, nobody would mistake her as an extrovert.
Oh gosh. No.
Like, one thing that I hated was that one live stream. I went to Bootjack. I came back. When I watched the part where I was gone, it's a bunch of people trying to attack whether she's TI third or not in various shady, non-direct ways.
Yeah.
Like, they're just people just waiting for me to leave to try to get Rachel. It's like, look, as I've said about the TI test, it can tell you 1, 2, and it can tell you polar. Everything else is a wash. 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 can all look the same in terms of the skills results. So, the only thing you can meaningfully do with that test is say, okay, this is TI 1 or 2, or you can say that's TI polar. That's the only thing you can do with that test. And even the polar one is iffy, That's not entirely reliable. The only thing you can entirely reliably do with the TI test is say if somebody's 1 or 2 or something else. I can, with entire reliability, I will never misidentify TI third as TI second. I will never misidentify TI. Hey, trouble! God.
Jeez.
That cat is
He really lives up to his name.
the Lord of Love and Violence.
Huh?
That's his other name besides
Lord of
Trouble.
Love and Violence.
He is the Lord of
He
Love and
really is.
Violence.
I'm almost like, I'm starting to get a little tired, so maybe if I go to bed, he'll follow me in.
Well, sure. I mean, you don't need to be. That's the thing we need to learn. We're not really responsible for Trouble. You know, it's like we keep worrying about him and trying to be his parents. He does not have parents. He's an equal adult.
He's a roommate.
Right? He's a roommate. He's neighbors, not roommates.
Yeah. He's neighbors,
And
not roommates.
Caprio is a roommate.
Yes.
He just thinks he co-owns this house with us, and he doesn't understand why we're not impressed by watching him eat. And when I tell him to come inside, he looks at me like, I decide whether I come inside or not. When I do, what are you trying to tell me what to do?
For real.
That's what he looks at us like. So it's like we need to kind of just remember and respect that Trouble does not view himself at all as our child.
Alright, well. Yeah. Okay.
And he's kind of the dick who harasses our child.
Yeah, he is. Cause I was hoping he was just gonna give PP kisses. Like
Sometimes he
I
does.
know,
And
that's
that's
why
his
he's the
Lord of Love and Violence.
Yes.
You can't predict it either.
No.
He's a cat who defies my ability to predict things every single time.
Every single
He
time.
loves proving me wrong.
Yeah.
Every time. He's like mushrooms. He's the mushrooms of cats.
Oh my god, he is the mushrooms of cats.
Mushrooms also loves proving me wrong. Whatever I say about mushrooms, the next time I do it, it proves me wrong. It's like, you know, why did I experience zero nausea this whole time?
I'm so glad. I'm
With
so
the
glad.
mushrooms that both you and I agreed were the most pukey mushrooms we
Yeah.
ever had.
I hate that.
And yet, this time, I didn't experience any nausea at all.
That's very surprising. I'm happy that it didn't.
I mean, it's great that I didn't experience it, but it doesn't make any sense, you know? It's like, why did they make us so sick before? And now it makes me not feel sick at all.
That's so inconsistent.
It's just, oh, mushrooms, you confounding mushrooms.
Yeah.
You're the trouble of drugs.
Yeah, they really are.
I'm gonna try turning the light off.
Okay. Do you
Okay, you
want
get,
a half a column pen or a gab pen?
I'll take you out.
Okay.
Thanks.
Is there trouble?
Yeah, do that side.
Okay. Oh my gosh. And he ran outside too.
Yeah. Rachel's like, you think I go to bed and follow me to bed? I open the door, he runs outside. Even though it's 8:45 at night and it's like 35 degrees or whatever, I don't know, maybe 40 degrees at most outside. There's snow all over every place. And it doesn't matter to him. He's his own man. He makes his own decisions. And people who think they own him do so at their peril. You know, the gall I had to put him in a fucking box and send him to the vets or whatever. You know, he's like, you do not own me, motherfucker. And I acknowledge that I don't own you, Trouble, but I'm still glad I made you come up here with us. I think you're too much a member of the family to leave behind. I had no way of gaining your fully informed consent. So I had to make my judgment call, you know? And I made the call I did. Hopefully you're ultimately better off being here with us than staying behind in the same area you'd always known, but without your family anymore. I would not have been able to live with it abandoning you. You know, I would have felt like I had abandoned him, and there's no way I could. But, you know, it's like My emotions don't justify my infringement on his rights. Because he's like a person. The only reason he doesn't have rights is because he can't do fully informed consent. But I can intuitively know that obviously he can and does consent to certain things and does not consent to other things clearly by his behavior, regardless of his language, you know? And there's no disputing that he did not consent to me putting him in that cat carrier, taking him to the vet, putting him in the cat hotel, and bringing his ass up here. But that's the limitations of a cat, right? It's like I can't explain to him the situation and let him make a fully informed choice. So I'm having to force shit on him, and I don't like forcing shit on anybody. I'm a big believer in consensual relationships. I don't like imprisoning animals at all, Kafia stays in the house all the time because she wants to stay in the house all the time. She can go outside anytime she wants. All she has to do is meow at the door. Trouble's still skittish. She's still worried about being trapped again. He doesn't really trust us anymore. Who can blame him? If you throw me in a cage against my consent and take me to a doctor to sedate me without my consent and lock me in a cat hotel for 4 days and move me to a totally new place without my consent, I wouldn't trust you for shit either. Capilla is a much simpler cat. She already has it in her head that home is where the Eric is. She was born in bed with me. She moved with me to Laverne. She moved with me to Arcadia. She moved with me here. She's clearly happy about the move here because she much prefers these digs over any previous digs she's had. She's queen of the castle almost all the time because Trouble's almost never in the house during the day. And generally, they sleep together fine. They both sleep on the bed. Hupio just stays on the other side of the bed and they're fine. Sometimes they sleep right next to each other. Sometimes he's affectionate. But, he's like Mike Tyson. He's the Lord of love and violence. Two things that should never go together, but occasionally do, as for Trouble and Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson's a very loving guy, and he's also a very violent guy. He used to be. I don't think he is violent anymore, but, he's got a really big heart. He's a good guy and unfairly demonized and taken advantage of by people. He's not the smartest guy in the world, but he's not the dumbest guy in the world either. He's made some bad mistakes, but he's a good person. That's my take on Mike Tyson anyway. I feel for the guy. I also feel somewhat for Dennis Rodman, who's well-intentioned and just wants to be liked, but doesn't get how to do that very well. Mike Tyson's a lot smarter than Dennis Rodman. I'll tell you that. Mike Tyson's a better person than Dennis Rodman, too. Even though he's probably made more articulable, actual bad mistakes in his life. I believe it to be the case that he's a very good person. Dennis Rodman is not a bad person. Dennis Rodman is a great foreign relations minister to South Korea. Not so much. Talk about putting blinders on. well, you know what? Everything I see is fantastic, and I just never look this way or this way at all, or think at all about any of the slaves here. It's like some northerner coming down to the south during slavery time. They're going like, "Hey, this is fantastic. I got these things bringing me stuff all the time. It's great." You know, you've got to be pretty tone deaf to think that that's okay. I mean, tone deaf is not the right word to use, but you got to be pretty see no evil, hear no evil. You got to be extremely that, like extremely accustomed to privilege without any reflection at all to to go to North Korea and be like, this guy's great. I don't think Mike Tyson would have done that. I mean, he's no Jane Fonda. What a disgusting human being she is. Oh my God. What a horrible, disgusting human being. No. Oh no, Mrs. Bond. He went up to Capito, was not surprised at all. He went up to her to give her kisses, apparently. She was like hesitant, but like, okay, I'm down. And then it was like, rah! Yes, the Vietnam War was a bad idea, but stopping communism is not a bad idea. You know, just because the Vietnam War was a bad idea, it doesn't mean communism is a good idea. Fucking famous people who think they're smart. Oh my God. How appalling. You know, be an actress, okay? Not a politics person. You're an actress. Be that. You don't need to be any politics person to be an actress, okay? Just be a politics person. Well, am I gonna be able to do this off camera successfully with the mirror there? Probably not. Maybe make it worse or better. Let's see. No. Oh, that's just my head. That's fine. You can see my head. Oh, battery power is low. Oh no, my battery is going to die. Whatever am I going to do? I know. I'll plug it in just as soon as I'm done peeing. What a relaxing pee. This is the kind of pee you can really take home and write to mom about. Dear mom, I had the most wonderful pee today. I had to pee really bad, and I was live streaming. I was like, well, how am I going to keep live streaming and peeing at the same time? I thought, I can do it. I can figure out how to do it. And I did. And so everybody got to see nothing except the door and the mirror, but I was peeing right next to him. And everybody said, wow, Eric, that's ingenuity for you. That's the real ingenuity you got there. That's what everybody said. Come on, everybody, say that. That's some real ingenuity you got there, Eric. Anyway, thanks to my ingenuity, I had a wonderful pee and was able to talk the whole time I was peeing to the people on the live stream. And there was like 10 or 11 of them, maybe. It was wonderful. A wonderful time was had by all. And together we all laughed and sang. What songs did we sing? We sang Greensleeves. And then we sang I'm Looking Through You by the Beatles. Then we sang Row, Row, Row Your Boat. Those are the songs we sang. And a wonderful time was had by all. And even better, I remember to plug in the phone when he got back over here. 14%? Oh, that's a lot of percentages away from. Well, I mean, I purposely, not really purposely aimed it in the bowl, but I was sitting down, right? So most of my pee was just hitting the front of the bowl mostly. I guess I sort of tried to do it that way a little bit, so you wouldn't hear so much pee. But then when I got really into discussing it, I stopped paying much attention to how I was peeing. So you may have heard some more tinkles, you know. The way I urinate is an inspiration to people everywhere. I don't mind being a role model when it comes to urination. Well, I don't want to befoul your tender ears, Mr. Bobby. That's what. I'm afraid that some people here, their ears may not be mature enough for the sound of my pee yet. So, and that has nothing to do with age. It has maturity. It has to do with maturity. Is it an NTP thing sitting down? I don't know if it's an NTP thing. I've not really asked other NTPs about it. But I always sit down when I pee at home. Almost always. The only alternative to sitting down when I pee would be either peeing in the sink. I never stand up and pee in the toilet. Sometimes I used to pee in the sink in there. I don't do it anymore because I realized I like sitting on the toilet in there just fine. And I don't like cleaning the sink. So I just don't pee in that sink, even though it's perfect height for me. It's the perfect height. But what I do like to do is pee in the sinks in hotels because they make them a height specifically so most men cannot pee in them. But I'm taller than their thing, so I can always pee in them. So I do just to punish them for purposely doing that. It's like, I won't pee in your sink if you don't take measures to prevent me from peeing in your sink. If you take measures to prevent me from peeing in your sink, then you can be sure I'm going to pee in it. If you ask me to respect the fact that you don't want me to pee in the sink, I will respect that. If you try to outsmart me, I don't like that.
I'm going to bed.
Good night, my darling. You're all dressed up for bed. Huh?
Okay.
Look how dressed up Rachel is. She looks fantastic.
Thanks.
Getting all dressed up just to go to bed. Look at those titties. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm a lucky man.
No,
All right, you go to
wonderful
bed.
Man.
You go to bed, and
Okay. I'll be listening. Oh, can I borrow the cube?
I Well, yes. Oh, I did something dumb. This isn't charged.
Oh, it's not charged?
So, and I'm getting low on percentages. So I'll tell
Okay.
you what I'll do. If you're cool with this, is I will charge this thing until it gets up to 3 blue lights.
Okay.
At which point I'll switch this over to that thing and I'll bring you the cube.
Okay.
Do you need
Sure.
it right this second? Is your phone dead?
No. It's on 25%.
Okay, so I'm only on 15%.
Yeah, so you need it more.
So let me just
Take
follow
that.
through with that plan, okay?
Sure thing. I love you.
What's a savage mood move? Oh, you mean peeing in the sink? You know, my main account messages are being weird. It shows as sent, then I refresh it and it's not there. No one else being able to see them. Why is that? This is the first message of yours that I see it all. Did somebody ban you? Hide you from the channel? Somebody must have hidden you from the channel. Again, I'm sure by accident.
Did I?
I don't know. Sometimes people get accidentally banned around here because moderators will butt ban somebody or whatever. Or there might be a serial banner because Jeremiah Fix is banned, Jock Anime is banned. And the thing, okay, I'm going to have to go. Now I have to, I had a keyboard. Oh, thanks for the gabapentin, darling. I'm hampered by my lack of a keyboard right now. Well, I mean, the thing is, if you were purposefully banned, I'd expect the banner to justify themselves. I was unaware that you were banned at all. And if somebody purposely banned you, I would expect them to say, hey, I'm banning this guy. Yeah, it's just Jock Anime. I know, I remember you from a few days ago. So either I got a rogue moderator or it's probably you're hidden from this channel is what they call it, right? That's exactly what happens when you're hidden from the channel. You can say things that nobody sees them. So it's possible I got a rogue moderator who's banning people, like shadow sniping people, and not in ways that I'm not noticing or informing, and not informing me or anything. But it's much more likely that both you and Jeremiah Fix are the victim of accidents. Much more likely, because I don't think I have any moderators who would go rogue like that. I really don't think I do. So, you know. Hey, Ruben R. You did the Googling for me, didn't you? Thank you. I was going to Google it if I had a keyboard myself, but now I would just use Ruben's advice. I've talked about several times how I'm going to have to look Google it or something, which is, you know, that's the Eric way. I'll say that 10 times before I actually Google it. Anyhow, let me go here and see what I have to do. So it says, let's see what Ruben said. Dashboard, settings, community. Okay. YouTube Studio. Settings. Community. Hidden users. Okay. There's so many. You can't really search it. Huh? Show 237 more. Okay. I will show 237 more. Like this, one of the people who's hidden is named Eric. If you hide me again, I swear to God. That's a pretty funny name. Somebody named Free Rachel is hidden. They knew that somehow I've imprisoned Rachel has got to be the most insane nonsense in the world. Rachel is not my prisoner. Here's the name of this band. Fag Enabler. I wonder why I banned that guy. Here's one who's got a picture of me as their picture and says, "Can you not put me in timeout?" Oh, I hid that person. I also hid TWFP is gay. Oh, it's shocking that they got hid. TWFP mods are unfair. Host Eric gay. These are some of the people who've been hidden. I am in a gay couple. I'm a very lucky lady. And Rachel is a very wonderful man. What am I looking for again? I wish there was some way to search this. Yeetsicle is a pretty great name. There's just no way to search this at all. And I haven't seen Jock Anime or Jeremiah Fix on this massive list of hidden people. But I may have missed them. I'll run back up now. They may be in order of recency. How did Eliana Diaz get hidden? Is that a fake Eliana Diaz? Looks like it's spelled wrong. But maybe not. I wonder if that's really Eliana Diaz. I don't want to unhide her. It's not really her. I don't want to continue to hide her. It is her. It's got the same picture and everything. Huh. Not sure what to do about that one. I do see here one name that shouldn't be hidden. It's Eliana Diaz, but live redirects. All channels can redirect to my content. Why would I just have this on anything other than that? Let's see. Yeah, I haven't come across Jock Anime yet. I haven't come across Jeremiah Fix yet either. Oh, here's Jeremiah Fix. Okay, Jeremiah Fix, you are unhidden. Oh, here's Jock Anime. Jock Anime, you are now unhidden. Who else might be hidden that shouldn't be? I wonder how Jack Anime got hidden. Anyway, I don't know. Whatever. You guys got hidden. I guess I'll unhide Aliana Diaz too. Just in case it's her. If it's really a fake Aliana Diaz, well, I'll just unhidden fake Aliana Diaz, but that's not what we're going to do. Alright, Aliana Diaz. If that really is you, you're also unhidden, because obviously nobody intentionally hid you. Zero anything anyone could possibly be offended by Eliana Diaz. I mean, she's as pleasant and non-confrontational as they come, you know. Anyway, okay, now that I've saved, okay, good. I got a copyright claim. It's not a strike. Oh, that's a super old video. Whatever, I don't care. I gotta just trim out the segment. Yeah, just do it automatically. I don't want to think about it. I don't even remember this video. It was from such a long time ago. X. It's weird how I get a copyright claim February 16th, 2023 about a video that had to be from like 2016 or something. That's kind of weird. Anyway, now that I saved that thing, Jeremiah Fix and also Jock Anime, you are no longer hidden. I had to push save. You are back, Jock Anime. You're back and better than ever. Boba Fett, I do not gag or ban people unless they're super toxic or porn bots. The fact that I've got hundreds of people banned, at least 100 of those is one guy in 100 different incarnations. Probably another 50 of them is one guy, right? And then maybe 10 of them are various sex bots. Uh-oh. That doesn't make you toxic, Jock Anime. That makes you radioactive. Okay? It's different than toxic. It kills you just the same, but it's not the same word. If I had a beverage, I'd take this pill. I should get a beverage. That's what I should do. I think I will get a beverage. What kind of beverage will you get her? Didn't I already have a beverage? I did. This is the problem. I know I had a beverage. I don't want to get a different beverage since I probably just left my beverage in the bathroom, maybe? I'll tell you what the cat did not drag into the house, fortunately, was the mouse he killed and then ate all the way to the shoulders. He left the shoulders and the head out on the. It had his little arms and his head. The rest of his body, I guess he ate it. If they weren't gone, I'm sure COVID kills doctor's office books. Apparently, he I saw him playing with it when it was already dead. And I was like, ew, I went back inside. I was like, just don't bring that in here. And then later I saw him like licking his lips. And then the next day I found this, it's not a decapitated mouse because it still had its shoulders and its arms, but everything below its armpits was gone. So I don't know if there's a word specifically for that. What American political stance do you find yourself taking? Oh, the correct one. The only kind of political stances I take are correct ones. Aw, damn, if you made it through all the free stuff, you're way ahead of me, Misfortune. I'm really a bit slow to get systems I'm using and not at all convinced I understand any functions properly. Yeah, well, I mean, except for the part that goes down to where your arms are. I mean, it was like everything below his armpits was gone, just missing. I think Trouble ate it. But I don't know that for sure because I didn't see him eat that. I just saw him playing with it, and then later I saw him licking his lips like he had just eaten something. So, anyway, I put that. I got a wooden skewer. Like this one, but not this specific one. And this is a bong poker skewer. I like to get wooden skewers for that purpose mostly, is that they're good bong pokers. Um, pre-algebra is possibly one of the easiest math classes to change your mind. I mean, I'm not going to bother changing your mind on that because you take such a qualified position on it. Yeah, it's a very qualified position. There's no reason to change your mind on it. You can get pregnant from pre-algebra. It's very rare, but it can happen. Okay. The important thing, though, just make sure you pull out before algebra. Otherwise, you're in trouble. They have laws like that in California too, and the doctors don't follow them. My doctor doesn't anyway. Like I'm supposed to go every number of months to get rechecked by him to get Adderall, but he never requests to see me at all. He just keeps prescribing the drug. Now I probably am going to have to see him to yes, that's why you've been feeling sick. Yeah. And it also explains your strange craving for pickles. Now, this beverage problem of mine needs to be resolved. It needs to be resolved soon. Okay. I think I'm going to conclude that I finished whatever beverage it was I was drinking, but I might have left it outside. I'm not sure. I don't even remember what beverage I was drinking. So I'm going to have to write whatever beverage it was off. Just say, you know what, that beverage is in the past now. What the fuck is pre-algebra? Well, addition is pre-algebra. And subtraction. Fractions is pre-algebra. Maybe exponents are pre-algebra. Quadratic equations are regular algebra. So that's not pre-algebra. Okay. Now I'm ready to give this brick to Rachel. I'm gonna go take it to her. We keep forgetting to buy another brick. Rachel tripped over her phone cord today, got out of the car and broke it. And fell on the ground too. I was outside the car and I looked over to see Rachel. The car door was open. She wasn't in the car and she wasn't visible anywhere either else. I immediately had a bad feeling. I was like, uh-oh, I think she fell down. And sure enough, I went over there and she was on the ground. She had tripped over her phone charging cord, which was still plugged into the charger thing in the back of the car. She had a very long cord too, so anyhow, she got a little bit of a bruise on her leg, but was basically fine. She didn't seem too much ill for the worse, or too much worse for the wear, is the expression. She obviously wasn't happy about falling down, but it seemed to be not that big of a deal. She didn't seem too much ill for the worse.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Most people are not happy about falling down. The time I slipped on the ice on the road and pulled the full blast banana peel, like whoop, bam, and was totally unhurt, completely unhurt. I was pretty happy about that one because it was very instructive about the risks of walking without ice things on. And also, I was miraculously not even bruised or anything. It was just like perfectly fine. So, I was pretty happy about that fall because it was clearly the slabs, and they always have the slabs bowling alley. They always put me on lanes with bumpers so that I don't have gutter balls too much, And that's their way of telling me, okay, Eric, you are going to get seriously injured, or Rachel is, if you don't take this seriously. Because my life's always been on easy mode like this. That shit happens to me. Has happened to me my whole life. I get big warning things like that before I actually hurt myself. And the only time I take any real consequences is when I totally ignore all the big warning signs. And even then I get medium consequences, not the worst kind of consequences. Like, the slabs were screaming at me to take seriously driving through these other states with a bunch of drugs in my car and expired tags and shit like that, right? And I ignored them anyway. And then I got arrested in Oklahoma. I ignored them so much, I was speeding in Oklahoma with California plates and expired tags, driving with my knees while torching a glass weed pipe to clean it. That's me. That was me thumbing my nose at the slabs, and they said, "Fuck you, you're getting arrested." And I did. But even then, right? I'm on easy mode. They don't find the meth that I have. They only find the weed. And I'm out of there the same day, never seen the inside of a jail cell, having paid a fine, etc. And I even got my Adderall back from them, which required them to go into the same box that had the meth in it and give me the bottle of Adderall while not noticing the meth still. I said, I want my Adderall. Eric, what are you doing? Talk about tempting fate, you fucking idiot. Oh. But, lucky is as lucky does. That's what Forrest Gump's mom always said. I like the way this hat looks now. You can really see the mushroominess of it. This is a highly mushroomy hat. Oh no! I just opened a beer for the purpose of smoking a cigarette. What did I do with it? I have to correct myself. I wasn't lying, but I was wrong. I did not open this beer for the purpose of smoking a cigarette. I opened this beer for the purpose of taking a gabapentin. Nevertheless, I should have brought it out with me to smoke the cigarette. It would have been a sensible thing to do, and instead, I left it inside. I should have checked my SI before I blithely claimed that I opened this beer for the purpose of smoking a cigarette with it. That is how normally things are. That's the NI conclusion. But in this instance, my SI falsifies it. I did not open this beer for that reason. I opened it expressly to take a gabapentin. That's why sometimes you can't trust your intuition, son, is what I'm telling my imaginary son right now. I don't have a son, so I don't get to call anybody son. Like my dad always called me son a lot of times. Not always, but especially when I was younger, but still even when I was old. And daughter doesn't work as well as son. And of course, it also doesn't have the paternalistic connotations. Thank you. That wasn't here, son. You don't want me to be my dad, though, I'll tell you that. Not that my dad was a bad guy or anything. He was a great guy, and he loved me as best he could, but, you know, he loved me by critiquing a lot of things or by telling me I was doing things wrong a lot, or by just rolling his eyes and keeping his mouth shut, but conveying his total lack of respect, things like that. They're not really very good ways to love a person. They were my dad's ways, and he did love me. He loved me a lot, and he didn't get how loving someone well requires you to be interested in them for who they are, not to view them as deviating from your expectations, but not in his skill set, really. We all have our strengths and deficits, and my deficit area really hits hard when it comes to my dad. I'm bipolar. I can, it's like about subjective things like my relationship with my dad. I can experience it as anger, in which case I'm going to talk shit about him. I can experience it as gratitude, in which case I'm going to say the same, Since it's all subjective shit anyway, it's hitting me right in the polar. I don't know what to do with that relationship narratively. It's like I get that he loved me as best he could, but I also get that that's not how you love somebody, and that's sort of universal. It's type resistant. This thing, you can only love people by authentically loving who they are and appreciating them for what they bring to the table. You can't love people by telling them to be different than they are, or not that my dad really told me to be different. He just made clear his contempt for me, his lack of respect at all times, you know? On those brief moments when he appeared to respect me, it was just sort of like, okay, you're adequate. You know, I don't think I ever heard the man ever say he was proud of me. Nor convey that to me in any way. So it's stuff I never even thought about until after he died. Not that much, you know. I didn't have a complicated relationship with him until after he died. I didn't have a good relationship with him while he was still alive at the end, but it wasn't very complicated. In retrospect, my relationship with him seems incredibly complicated and very emotionally layered and rich in this sort of FI novel kind of way, you know? But I'm not good at navigating that kind of texture. So I've often just experienced it as a sequence of contradictory emotions that make me go like, what's wrong with me? Why can't I settle on a story here? Well, because there's not just one story, you know? And they're all emotional stories. There's plenty of facts to reference, but it's the story of what's authentically important to me. And with my dad, he both upheld things that are critically important to me and shat on other things that are critically important to me. So, you know, he was both my hero and my tormentor in some ways during different times of my life in different fashions, you know. And he had a difficult son to deal with, especially when I was drinking. You know, it's like I certainly wasn't proud of myself either. You know, and I guess I can't really blame him for never viewing me as anything but a slave to my addictions, because he doesn't generalize well. He didn't have the capacity to intuit that my problems with alcohol said nothing about my relationship with other drugs. He tended to generalize and think I have some sort of drug problem. This is my guess. He didn't talk to me about this shit explicitly. There's so many conversations we didn't have. So many conversations I knew he didn't want to have. And I was scared to have because he he would use, you know, he'd use arguments that were in my mind below the belt, but were always stated such. And he didn't say much because he knew how good I was with turning words into ammunition, you know. He didn't want to give me any ammunition. He was careful when he talked around me about anything subjective, you know. I don't know. When I stop talking, this happens every time I start trying to FI process something. I start off with a concept and I just sort of start going and just meandering around and then I just stop talking. it's I can't navigate these FI complexities. They are beyond me. So that's fine. The good thing about FI Polar is, okay, well that's done. What are we playing now? Now I gotta play something more fun than thinking about my dead father. Thanks, Dad, for the beautiful hum. I love it. You'd have loved it too. It's really your dream home in your dream kind of location. It's even TE Dom perfect. You get not that much snow usually. Yeah. The Doms want to compromise. ESCs want to compromise everything. I want to be in the mountains, but I don't want that much snow. I don't want to deal with the hassles of snow. I want a beautiful yard, but I don't want to clean up any leaves from the tree. I also don't want to hire anybody else to do it. Well, I'll cut down the tree and put in a much worse tree, because after all, trees are just shade providers. It doesn't matter what kind of tree you put in, as long as it provides the same amount of shade, it's the same thing. It doesn't matter if this tree is ugly and that tree was beautiful. This tree doesn't drop its leaves on the ground. So that's great. The trees dropped so many leaves all over the place. It's because it was a gorgeous old maple tree. I get you don't like picking up leaves, but why don't you just leave them there then? Why do you gotta pick them up at all? They're getting on my grass. Okay. Oh my God, clovers. Gotta get the herbicide. Are you sure those clovers really need to die, Dad? Of course they do. They're weeds. Okay, they're my weeds. I'm gonna kill them. I own these weeds, and I will kill them. Where are you going with the poison this time, Dad? I saw some grass I don't want where I don't want it. It's my grass in my place, and I'm not gonna let it be there. Okay, Dad. I was just asking what you were doing with the killing machine today. Wasn't questioning the wisdom of your judgment. You're going to expect me to at least hear the answer to the question before I question the wisdom of your judgment. Now I do, but I'm not trying to convey that to you. My goal is not to stop you. Just curious where you're going with the poison and other killing implements here. I'm gonna chop the top of this tree off. Why, Dad? California has a drought. Well, then maybe you should kill the whole tree. No, I just gotta chop the top half of it off. It's a compromise, see? I don't want the tree, but you put it there. I don't want to kill your tree, but I don't want it. In my house, and you put a tree in my house. Oh, Christmas tree. So I gotta compromise and chop the top half of it off. And explain that it's necessary because California has a drought. That had to be one of my dad's most hilariously polar moments. When he decided to chop the top half of our tree. that right there is ESTJ compromise in a nutshell. I will compromise. I won't kill your tree. I'll just pointlessly chop the top of it off. Wow, great compromise, Dan. Although I'll do all that without discussing it with you at all. I'll just inform you after the fact. I chopped the tree, this is why. How are you on the draft? Okay. Well, that's your house, Dad, as you continually make abundantly clear. So, do what you want. You know, there's nothing we can say about it. Thanks. You know, our tree thanks you too. Don't worry, I'm sure those Chinese people who bought it are tearing it all up right now. Cameron said he saw multiple like work style trucks parked there last time we drove by. So they're obviously flipping it. I knew that they're at least one of the people who bought it is a real estate agent. So I anticipated they're probably planning to flip it, you know, put some money into it and get even more than they paid us for it. Even though it's like, we obviously got the best possible money we could get for it because we had literally hundreds of people look at it. We had 21 offers. So it's like, and Dean was like, look, these people will take 50,000 less if it's a 10-day escrow, because we really wanted the fuck out of there. Plus, it was costing us a fortune to live in that hotel. Not that much of a fortune, but still. So, yeah, the difference between a 10-day escrow and a 21-day escrow at that point, with all these other contingencies that went along with this old bank shit, well, it was worth 50 grand to us, you know. It may sound insane if we took an offer for $50,000 less, but you know, all three of us said that's the one we want. We don't want this other one with this longer time and all these extra stipulations and stuff, you know. I just want this house sold, escrow closed, and get the fuck out of here as quickly as possible. And amazingly, we did it before the first deadline, which was January 20. Actually, it was January 25th. I pushed David into getting them to agree to the 25th instead of the 21st. I keep forgetting that. In fact, David forgets that too. But we actually had it done by the 20th. So, even if it had been the 21st, we still would have fucking made that deadline. I told him we'd make that deadline too. He didn't believe me. But I knew we were gonna make the deadline because I knew I was gonna take a shitty offer if I had to. But turned out that the opposite thing happened, you know. That instead of what Janet said being right, that because there's a suicide on the property, nobody's gonna even look at it, nobody's gonna want it, whatever. That was just complete bullshit. Nobody cared about it at all, and hundreds of people looked at it, and we had 21 offers. So that shyster woman was just trying to shyster us, you know, telling us before it's even been listed one day that we can't possibly get more than $1,070,000 for the place. She's trying to rip us off for like $200,000. She's lucky she got out of it with just my foot in her ass and her whimpering her way back up the street to Panorama. She's lucky I didn't insist on punitive damages. And the only reason I didn't is because I just don't want to fuck with anything more things, you know. It's like, just get her away and just get us out of here. And Dean did a great job of understanding that, like putting together the best possible deal for him and us. He got it set up so that he got the buyer's commission and the seller's commission. And we got exactly the deal we wanted. What type was she? She was an ESTJ. She was a straight up ESTJ. And her NI polar bit her right in the ass. She was such an ESTJ, it was unbelievable. Only an ESTJ would try to take a job they can't do. She was away, not available. She's on a cruise or whatever. Wasn't gonna, and then she had to go to Chicago to see her daughter. She still wanted to accept the job of selling our house when she wasn't going to be available for a month. And she was going to send her junior assistant guy, Dean, who was never her junior assistant guy at all. He's a totally independent, separate realtor. I didn't get this like till way late in the process. I understand. Oh, this bitch is just straight up lying about shit. So anyway, that's the story of how I got rid of Janet. That was a happy day. I got rid of Janet. She came to our house after I told Dean, tell her not to contact me. She drove to our house and knocked on the door. I said, Dean, did you tell her what I said? He said, yes. He showed me a picture of the text or something. I'm like, what is this woman thinking? I just yelled at her to go away. You go away. It's so unlike me. Normally, I want to yell at people, right? But somehow my intuition kicked in subconsciously. I don't know why I made the decision. Unconscious functions. The best thing to do with this instance was to tell her not to contact me or refuse to talk to her would be the thing she would hate most of all. I didn't even think this at all consciously, but I must have been driven by this realization because for some reason with her, instead of insisting she listen to me yell at her, I refused to talk to her at all, which is totally out of character for me. I just sent her, you got three choices. A, fuck you. B, double fuck you. Or C, triple fuck you. She chose A. Which was the best choice, I think. I think A was the best choice because it was just one fuck you rather than double fuck you or triple fuck you. She made a wise choice in regards to that. The one thing I regret, Dean said, well, she wants to know why she should also have to pay you money. She's getting out of the deal. What I should have said is, I'm going to allow her not to pay me money. But the answer to that question is because she tried to rip me off for $200,000. I didn't know this yet at the time. And that kind of behavior deserves punitive damages. If I were to take her to court, I'd get a lot more than that out of the bitch. She's lucky she's not being criminally prosecuted for fraud. You know, that's the answer I wish I had given Dean. He said, okay, fine, she doesn't pay me, whatever, who cares? I just want her out of this anyway, which is what I said. She wants to know why she should have to pay punitive damages. I just answered the question. She doesn't have to. I didn't answer the question why, which was asked, which I should have answered. I regret not answering that question and having that information conveyed to her. Not that it would have done any good, because she's obviously a scumbag who just cares only about what the outcome is and not about the truth at all. Horrible woman. Well, I'm glad she got my meowing. That's good. It's called justice. The sweet, sweet flavor of justice. Ain't nothing like the sweet, sweet flavor of justice on a cold winter's eve. It's a pretty cold winter's eve. It's not that cold. It's like you can still hear the water dripping and shit. Like stuff's still melting a little bit. Some stuff. It'll stop in the middle of the night probably. But this upcoming storm is supposed to be pretty warm. Supposedly, sometime Friday into Saturday, snow levels may rise to as high as 8,000 feet. That's really high snow levels. Even though it's March, it's still super high snow levels. And that's way above us. We're at 4,000 feet. So if snow levels are actually at 8,000 feet, we are not going to see snow. We're definitely going to get rain. So I'm expecting, because the storm that came in today, it was snowing pretty good here today. I would call it moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. But and it only snowed for a couple of hours though. We probably got an inch or two, maybe not a two, maybe an inch of snow. What are my beard grooming techniques? I have none. I just treat it like the hair on top of my head or everything else. I just use a bar of soap on everything, you know. Or sometimes I use the blue stuff that Rachel has in the shower. You push it down and it comes out. But I don't like that as much because it doesn't wash off as well as my soap that I have. I've got a bar of lava soap, which is my favorite kind of soap. And I just use that for everything. Because it washes off well. It doesn't leave a filmy residue behind. And I don't like having a filmy residue on me after I shower. The blue stuff's not terrible, but it's not as good as lava soap. Sometimes chick soaps are terrible about that. It's like you use some girl soap and it's like it never can wash off of you. It just has this oily ew all over you. So that's why so today my friend said I made racist jokes. I said, well, you're a woman. See, I make sexist jokes too. It's a great line. That's a great line. It's wrong to make jokes about people's race or gender, okay? As a fake dead person, I know exactly where the line is and where it's not. It's the spot where you'll incur more social harm than good. That's where it is. I only have really two prepared jokes, which I've done before, but I'll repeat. Okay. The first, I think they're both quite brilliant jokes, so I don't mind repeating them. A lot of times people are offended by my identity as a fake dead person. I don't understand it. I can give you everything a real dead person can do, but I can hear you. So that's a good joke. And then the other deaf person joke is, in fact, a lot of times I go up to real dead people and I tell them, can't you see you're doing the voice wrong? You're deaf, not blind. I mean, the thing is, the Mandela funeral guy wasn't telling jokes. He was just not knowing sign language. There's a big difference between what I'm doing and what the Mandela funeral guy was. He is my hero. Don't get me wrong. He's my personal hero because he's the ideal example of somebody who's overconfident, underqualified, because he's doing something that doesn't matter at all. It's like people who are deaf who want to listen to that speech can just turn on the closed captions. They don't need somebody doing sign language interpretation, obviously. I mean, I guess if there are some deaf people in attendance who are standing right in the front row, but it's ridiculous, right? You don't need a sign language interpreter for a speech when you can just turn on closed captions. So, obviously, it doesn't matter that his sign language interpretation was just made up nonsense. That's what makes him my hero. He's underqualified, overconfident, and what he's doing doesn't matter at all. He's not causing any harms. Almost every single other instance of people being dramatically underqualified and overconfident is not so hilarious in its outcomes. Instead, it's generally quite tragic and destructive of civilization in America. Have you seen Rodney Dangerfield, Bob Nelson, and his entire football team? It's a 1984 comedy sketch. I'd love it. I will check it out. Jock Anime. I am definitely a person who's in the market for good sketch comedy. I like to collect good Saturday Night Live sketches on my playlist, which I believe is called Good SNL. And I don't do good voices, okay? I do various women instead. Like this lady, right here. She always goes like this. Now, you may say, well, that sounds kind of like Tiffany, Eric. Well, there's a lot of variants on Tiffany's voice that are distinct. So, Tiffany is more like, I found this. Now all of that belongs to me. But Tiffany doesn't talk like that other lady, but she has kind of the same voice as that other lady. That other lady, she talks like this. She's Rebecca. Rebecca is not saying Rebecca-y shit. She still talks like Rebecca. Sometimes I talk like that. I mean, Winston's mom, with mushrooms, there's very little you can predict about it. Typically, the duration of the trip is about 5 hours, 5.5 hours. I don't know when I started this live stream. How long have I been streaming for? Let me look at my glasses here and I'll see. what it says here on the phone. 4 hours. Right. I probably started streaming about an hour into the mushroom trip. As per my norm, the first hour I usually spend in bed. When you take the mushrooms via tea, it hits you pretty quick. You start to feel like disrupted within 10 minutes for sure. And within 15 minutes, you're like tripping, you know. But it's the come on part, which is really always very. The only I keep going back to the same word, disruptive. Is across the board, it makes you feel like, oh my god, what's going on here? You know, for me. But as far as the laughing stuff goes, well, this mushroom trip has had laughy parts and it's had serious parts, and you know, right now I'm not as hilarious as sometimes I am, nor am I as attuned to hilarity as I might potentially be. My mom showed it to me today. Her parents saved it on a VHS from when she was 13, and she then found it on YouTube. You're not always hilarious, talking about it. To be hilarious requires there to be periods of non-hilarity that you interrupt with surprising hilarity. There's no such thing as industrial nitrogen fertilizer farming when it comes to hilarity. You have to have fallow bits. If you have a constant barrage of jokes in natural life that prevents, undermines, hinders, or compromises your net hilarity. You wouldn't want to do that, would you? I don't think so. I gotta walk over here to the desk and I talk about the doctor. Ah! It's not your computer that's dumb, it's you. Thanks, Rebecca. Thanks a lot. You're right, but I didn't need to hear that. That scared you a bit? Net hilarity? Okay, Mr. Bobby, I will. I mean, I have lots of other female voices. I just am not currently doing them a lot right now. I've got, Bertrand, have you seen this? It's my brassiere. It holds up my breasts. I've also got, it is so wonderful to see you all here today. And this year, kids, we're going to do what? What are we going to do? We're going to do a lot of learning. Yeah, that's right. Because in this classroom, we're lifelong learners. That's right. That's right. No, we're not here to make googly eyes with our friends. No. We're here to learn. Okay? That's the learning teacher. I don't know what her name is, but she prioritizes children learning over children making googly eyes at their friends. And then I've got screechy British woman. Oh, you gotta come over here and say this. Oh, for you. I don't know what this is. That lady, she's a different lady than the other ladies. Would you like some pie? Maybe with some kidneys in it and some bangers down at the Louvre station. Sounds sort of Australian. Well, you know, I never claimed to be a master of accents. Well, ja, my German accent's pretty good. I can see that I have a wonderful German accent. I could easily be from Bonn, Stuttgart, even Berlin. I can't do a Chinese accent very well. Except I can do Chinese people speaking Chinese pretty well. 你好，对对对呀，对呀，红茶喽，刷肠喽，对对呀，拜拜。My imitation of Chinese woman on the phone. I can do fake angry Japanese man. I can do Indian person. Basically a poo. Oh, would you like some curry? And then I can do Wakanda. That's what I was kind of slipping into there is Wakanda accent, right? Africa guy. Welcome to Africa. I hope you love our country. Welcome, white people, to Africa. We are loving, tolerant people. I can do Mexican grandmother. Oi, 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 hola chica pica. Oh, te caes. Oh, me. Or whatever freaking Abuelita used to say to Delilah. Duh. I can't really do Russian. I can't really do a Russian accent. I don't have it down. It's too difficult. I also can't do Australian. Can't do New Zealand. I could do Canada, eh? You know, we went to the Saskatchewan and saw some hockey being played. That's how Canadians talk. Can't do South Africa. French. Quelle est-il? Keep getting mixed up with Spanish. I would say, ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? Do angry anthropomorphic chair yelling at your dog husband about the baby being in the fire? I can't do that one. You know, I will tell you that. What was I about to say? I was thinking about something interesting a second ago. There's a friend saying, what was it talking about racial? Racial, I was talking about beyond. What were we talking about? I wish I could remember where I was going with that thought. You really destroyed my train of thought, Jock Anime, with your absurdist mix of nonsense. thinking about besides those things that I was thinking about right then? I don't know. That's your fetish, huh? I only become sexually aroused when I juxtapose disparate, absurdist notions in all caps. Yeah, I've got a raging hard on right now. I was thinking something that was dovetailing off of this accent thing into something interesting, and I lost track of it somewhere in my little brain. I lost track of it. I'm yearning for it like a dream forgotten. Dream forgotten, don't yarn. Shh, stop correcting my misplaced modifiers. I'm not even sure if that one was misplaced. I just don't enjoy a lot anymore. I just really don't enjoy a lot anymore. So, do you mean there aren't a lot of things that you enjoy, or do you mean that you enjoy a lot of things but only at a medium level of enjoyment? Inquiring minds want to know. Hello, Mr. Man Kitty. Are you telling me to go to bed? Well, I'm not really ready for bed yet. I'm feeling amped. I'm feeling up. I'm feeling like, hey, who needs speed? There's not many things you enjoy. Are there some things you enjoy the fuck out of? Because really, you don't want to enjoy many things. You want some things that you enjoy the fuck out of. Like, I'm enjoying the fuck out of myself right now. I could not be enjoying myself anymore. I'm feeling good physically. I'm feeling healthy. I'm feeling high on drugs a little bit. Still, coming down from tripping, but I took a gabapentin too. It makes me feel kind of mushy in a nice way. Um, I've had a great stream. I've enjoyed myself this whole time. I feel kind of bad about being mean to Jeff Shaw, but what are you gonna do? I used to think mushrooms made me mean. Mushrooms don't make me mean. It's like there was this circumstances when I was doing mushrooms at the wrong time for the wrong reason and incurring bad results. Mushrooms are such a fascinating drug. You know, they consistently produce at least one or two insights that sticks with me afterwards and remains insightful and informative. Not every single time, but when it goes right. For me, they superpower my NI some of the time, if that's what I'm attending to. Especially especially in a good mushroom trip. Bad mushroom trips I experience as bad SI experiences. Good mushroom trips I experience as good NI experiences. It's like all my bad mushroom trips are mushroom trips where I'm puking. Or the other thing is mushroom trips where I'm trying to get things done that I'm supposed to do and or do TE shit is just forget about it. It is not the proper time to be doing mushrooms. I've got all these chores. I've got all these chores to do. I know, I'll take mushrooms. Then my chores will be fun. No. Then your chores will be either undone or will make you absolutely tantrum throwing miserable. Mushrooms are fun when you're having fun. They cannot make unfun things fun. And trying to do unfun things on mushrooms could not be any less fun. I tell you, it's super unfun. So I don't know if my experience with that is going to generalize to everybody, because I recognize that mushrooms is a very tricky drug to say anything about definitive at all. It it's it really feels as though there's agency behind the drug, and that it's interacting with you in ways that are independent of you and just a drug. I got a long history of taking a lot of mushrooms, and it's just there's no explaining what I've experienced with these mushrooms. When I was taking them at first, and the same method every time, boiling and making tea, right? I found them to be the most nausea-causing mushrooms I'd ever had. These are horrible. Oh my God, they need to do a much better job of making me trip, and a much worse job of making me feel sick. It was all I'm doing is feeling sick. Then last time I took them was the right time to take mushrooms. They barely made me feel nauseous at the beginning for a while, and then it went away. And they made me feel pretty nauseous at the beginning, then it went away completely. This time, again, the right time to take mushrooms for the right reasons and all that kind of stuff. I took them and felt literally like 5 seconds of nausea right toward the beginning time, and that's it. And I just felt no nausea at all. And I felt physically great throughout this whole trip, right? So what's the difference? Well, it might be particular with shit like I was well fed before I drank this tea, but I hadn't just eaten. It might be, the point is, it's a confluence of a lot of different things, and the fact that somehow that drug knows and decides when you should and shouldn't take it. And if you try to take it when you shouldn't, or for the wrong reasons, it'll make you sick. It's the most magical thinking stuff in the world, okay? But I cannot draw any conclusion for that, other than that, based on my copious experience with the drug, that it has its own agency and decision making regarding you and whether you should take it, and affects you accordingly. like like this idea I've always had is there's this council of mushroom gods, but I don't know exactly what's going on with the mushrooms, obviously, at all. But how do you explain stuff like that? You know, these exact same mushrooms go from making us violently sick when we're taking it in the wrong time for the wrong reasons, and they're mostly, you never feel well the whole trip, you know, to never feeling sick the whole trip. When I'm taking the exact same kind of mushrooms from the same bag, have I tried pine needle tea? No. Wasn't what due to nitrous? I mean, neuropathy that we both got was due to nitrous. If you want to give yourself neuropathy, binge hard on nitrous. We binged hard on it for a long time. We did a lot of nitrous, so you know. Well, we quit that a long time ago now. We haven't done it in a long time. Yeah, we did so many whippets. We burned through those fucking whippet canister things. We'd break them after, we have to replace those things fairly frequently. We did so many whippets. But once I got neuropathy clearly and it made it had a clear experiential SI link because Rachel's SI is so unconscious she doesn't feel confident about making conclusions about that kind of stuff. She doesn't have much SI body data. Oh yeah, once I gave myself obvious neuropathy from whippets, it was clear to me that whippets were causing this. Um, so then we stopped doing them for a while, and then we both stopped doing them completely. But 2 months or so after I stopped doing them, I did another box by myself and made my neuropathy substantially worse with that one box, which tells you can infer a lot of mechanics of what's going on there. It's like clearly once you've damaged that thing, you've weakened it in some way. It doesn't. You may stop. Your symptoms are going to get better. Like Rachel and I's symptoms are both getting better slowly. Mine, the bad part of the neuropathy that I got when I did that last box is mostly all gone. People keep pointing to your scars like, what are those? They're scars, motherfucker. What answer do you want? Well, you should tell them something like, they're ponies. And they're in a field of peonies. Plus, all of them are pianists. All the ponies, that is. Which is remarkable considering they only have 4 hooves to work with. That's why we have the pianos designed so that they're hanging above the horse so it can lie on its back and play the piano with all 4 of its hooves. So anyway, interestingly enough, today in the stream we found Jeremiah Fix and Jock Anime, who both had been banned. I unbanned them both. I also noticed that it appears Eliana had been banned, so I unbanned her. I told the teacher about my issues once, and she made me talk to 2 adults about it. Like, that'll help. Well, do you have a contrary expectation? Do you want some sort of action taken? I mean, what were your expectations going into talking to that teacher about the problem? What what course of action would you have preferred she taken? Oh, Mr. Man Kitty, you're such a kitty man. And you know I love you. You're a super fan. I mean, I am. You're the super fan recipient of me.
Super fan recipient.
Well, I mean, was the problem that you've done something that you were actually justified in doing, but was technically against the rules, or was the problem that she didn't feel where you're coming from? I mean, okay, Jock Anime, this is why you got banned. Saying shit like that. You know, why would you expect others to understand how, like, your motivations? I don't understand that part. Your motivations may matter, but only in in certain shoes, you know. Okay, well, you are not being consistent in what you're saying.
Yeah.
You're providing too little information
Oh, thank you, Bubbles. I
to
love you too.
allow anyone to meaningfully engage with what you're saying.
Oh, thank you, Bubbles.
Well, I'm not absolutely sure Jock Anime was banned for by accident. I mean, he's just some pretty questionable things, so we'll see what happens. You know,
Oh, thank you, Bubbles. I love you too. Oh.
he claims to be a meow meow, but a lot of people do.
I have a question.
Yes, my darling.
Um, are we going to Oakhurst tomorrow to get your medication?
No,
Okay.
I'm not expecting him to come in tomorrow, so I will call them in the afternoon. If it does, then we'll maybe make a late trip down there if it's not pouring, you know.
Yeah.
But what I am anticipating doing is I got to deal with that guy tomorrow morning. He's coming to do a junk run, and hopefully he's coming early before it's raining super hard.
Mm-hmm.
But Cameron just left today, right? It's been a long day. Done a lot of things. Doing mushrooms throws off my memory a little bit. Mr. Bobby, you've got bad taste in cartoons. Mr. Bobby says he doesn't like Bob's Burgers.
Wow, I've never heard of someone not liking Bob's Burgers.
What's not to like about it? It's so harmless. It's sweet, harmless, funny. It's a beautiful show. It's easy watching.
Yeah, it is.
Super easy watching.
And I feel like there's a character for everyone to like.
Yeah.
You don't have to watch like the you don't have to always like Louise or whatever. There's like tons of other characters who are like cool too.
Like the Bunny Ears girl. She's the most likable of them all.
Yeah.
Well, maybe for me because she's obviously an EHP.
Me too. I just liked her the most.
But Tina's super. They're all the kids are likable. Everybody's likable on that show.
Mm-hmm.
All the characters are very likable.
They are.
And the mom is such a perfect ESFJ character. She could not be written more perfectly. As an ESFJ, if they the person writing that character were trying to make them totally ESFJ all the time, that's exactly what the character they would have made, you know? They were all super likable. Well, that's what, I mean, yes, Mr. Bobby, she's written that way. That doesn't make her less legitimate as a character. You don't like the way it's animated, huh? I don't really notice that much. It just looks like a regular cartoon to me. Like a regular style American cartoon. You tried writing a book a few times? It's better to just say you began writing a book several times. None of those times did you complete a book. It's not necessarily a failure. I probably attempted multiple books before I actually wrote one. I don't really remember that well, but I think there's a couple of them here and there in my checkered past. The refuse of my times before. A tragic path of ideas left behind. Unwanted, untended. Characters half formed. Plots just begun. Then truncated by a lack of interest, a lack of continuity. Not in the story, but in the author. That's some pretty good literary prose right there. You know, if you're gonna try to do that kind of stuff, literary style prose. That's pretty good. Let's all talk in literary style prose from now on. Paul stopped. Judy listened. Look, she remarked. Isn't that a starling? A red-chested one, I believe, offered Paul. Oh, this book is exciting. Tell me more, literary author. Together they walked beneath the gray skies, along the hedgerow. To Judy's left stood the manor house. I must be going now, she murmured. Sorry, said John. I didn't quite catch that. I must be going now, she said now. She said again, now with more strength. I don't want father to miss me. Well, then a very good day to you. Oh my God, this book is so exciting. These people are saying goodbye at the hedge near the manor house. And then it would not be literary fiction at that point. And then again, more into genre fiction. No, I'm afraid you won't be going anywhere. Bum 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 bum. I surely will. I must be going now. Not on my watch, you won't. And then he grabbed her. You're grabbing me in the most ungentlemanly fashion. That's because I'm to take you off to London. And he shoved her in the carriage and off they went. Why is she going to London? Why is he taking her to London? Clearly, okay, he must be doing a job for somebody else. He must have a boss in London who wants her kidnapped for some reason. She was just about home. She trusted this guy. She thought he was cool, but we don't know. How much really did she know this guy? Not that well, it seems like, since she wanted to go home so much. Maybe she had just met him along the bicycle path. He had introduced himself as Edward and had a top hat and cane, and insisted it not safe for a young lady to be prancing about all alone. Let me walk you home. And, everything goes as follows. All of a sudden, he turns out to be her kidnapper, throws her in a carriage. He's got an assistant named Jives, who's the driver. And they whisk her off to London. It turns out that the mastermind of this whole thing is Lord Cockleswat, who's in the House of Lords as a prominent politician. And that this girl is the paramour / lover of another lord in the House of Lords. And he's trying to use his lover as leverage to force the other lord to go along with some political ambition. Now, chapter 2. Some detective in London is on the case, has been contacted, is meeting right there. Chapter 2 begins with the meeting of this Detective Flimsy, and he's meeting with the personal assistant to Lord, whatever the other lord's name is, like Lord George James. George Lord James is his name. He's the Lord of Jamestown and surrounding communities. There's a Jamestown in England, I'm assuming. Anyway, it's the English Jamestown, not the American Jamestown. He's the Lord of. That should be clarified, okay? Anyway, his people are saying, her name is Audrey Willingspoon. She's a commoner, yes. But her parents are quite well off. They're merchant class people. And then maybe her mother and father in the background. Her father has his arm around the mother. Her mother's, viewing this to a hat. And her line is, "We're very worried." And the man takes his hat off and says, "We'd be right." He looks like an American old-timey black person. "We'd be right thankful if you find our girl for us. Right thankful indeed. Mean a word to us. Yes, sir, Governor." He throws a governor in there to keep it English. Keep it period, Anyway, the story ensues from there. You get where it goes. He finds some clues. He falls in love. There's a brief interlude where they have to go to South America. Then they return to continental Europe, following the trail of some Nazi sympathizers who came about to be part of the story, but weren't actually Germans. They were English Nazi sympathizers, which were rare. There weren't a lot of Nazi sympathizers in England at the time, but there's a small cache of them. And they were all making like German flags and stuff. So he briefly gets into the flag making business with them. But he said, "No, let's make anti-German flags. Those will be much more successful on the English market. And so then they tried to make it anti-German flags. And they sold like hotcakes, especially in London, because they were advertised as flame resistant. In actuality, they were just made out of cotton. Nobody really could prove they weren't flame resistant, though, so they never got in trouble for that. The end. That's the end of the story. Oh, that's a funny story. Meow. One of these days, when you figure it all out. He's not a young boy. He's a lord of the House of Lords. God. Yeah. Anyway, then it turns out that most of his friends were really sea lions. So that's the big twist that you didn't expect coming. That's why they kept only saying orc, orc, orc all the time. Yeah, so that's why they had so little dialogue. Okay. Well, I guess I'm going to call it a stream. Just like balling my dreams up into a hilarious cascade of wonderment. A parasocial figment of reality, one could say. Good night, everybody. What's up with all the trains falling? I don't know if there are any trains falling or not. Yeah, I guess I saw something about one of those things on the news. I don't think that qualifies as a lot of train derailments, really. Anyway, I'll talk to you all later. I can't end this with the mouse. I have to push it with my finger. Pow! Goodbye, good night, good luck. I love you all with my heart.